So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered it. We're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Welcome, members of the Pan African Alliance. Welcome to Swahili Nation family. How are you guys doing, man? I'm doing very great. I'm sorry I'm late, by the way. I'm sorry I'm late. I was in like this restaurant and these guys didn't have any change. I mean, this is what happens when you live in a digital economy. People don't have physical currency anymore. So had to wait like 20 minutes for these guys just to get my change, but we are still making it here. We are still here. Welcome, my fellow Pan-Africans and non-Pan-Africans. I know there are those who don't identify with Pan-Africanism. Of all the things that you feel like, this is what's going to make me feel special. You decided not to identify with, Pan-Africans, but it is what it is, guys. Welcome to the stream. So today we're talking about African identity. First of all, it's a very chill night here in the eastern. I'm not gonna say eastern coast but if you're looking at the country, yes, it's a coastal country. But yeah, it's in Eastern Africa. It's a very chill night in Eastern Africa. Nothing really much happening. Climate change though. Oh my God, that's an annoyance. A lot of speculation, no, but it's been happening for the last 10 years. At some point, people are going to have to accept that this is now the weather. So, welcome, Marie Antoinette. Welcome, Destalema. What are you saying? Oh yeah, I saw that. Mika is just talking about the perspective of the Western world, or it's the Western world, because those are the guys that are claiming that they discovered Africa. So it's a very interesting. You will not believe the level of ignorance that is in the world. especially outside Africa, in in the perspective of who discovered Africa. So yeah, welcome. So today we're talking about. First of all, let me start with a beautiful word of prayer. To who are we praying to? To our ancestors, to God, to whoever you believe represents the universe. We are going to let me shoot a word of prayer. And to me, I believe prayer is a projection of your intention. So let us shoot a word of our intention to the universe. So, Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for this. Thank you for this year. Thank you for this congregation. Thank you for this family that we are here with the intention of improving Africa, learning about Africa and the global Black community. May we have a very good and educational stream. May we have a successful week. May we have open our minds to new possibilities. In your holy name, in your omnipresent name, we pray and believe in. Amen. Welcome, my love. So yeah, today we're talking about the African identity. Now, this is a very huge topic, by the way. Welcome, Regmon Music. This is a very huge topic. I don't even think we can cover it all, but if we have the time, we will dare. If we have the time, we will dare to cover it all. But today we're talking about what maketh the African. You know, and I'll have to give a special shout out to the Swahili Nation One Africa Kenya team. A lot of people over there, we had this type of discussion. A lot of people over there gave me a couple of ideas. So yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to everybody though, because I've also, if you're in the WhatsApp group, shout out to you too, the foundation, Swahili Nation Foundation. Thank you for having these discussions also about Pan Africanism and how to improve Africa. And also, yeah, shout out to Tanzan because yesterday we had this talk with African culture, gave me a lot of ideas too about today. And it's basically a continuation of what we talked last time. So let's look forward to a very beautiful stream, guys. So today, let me load up the first video. Yeah, I'm basically piggybacking on this group of intellectual Africans, way smarter than me, but they know what they're talking about. I don't know how they were grouped together and just got. But let me get the video. African identity. So yeah, while we're getting the video, you guys can just in the comment section talk about what you think is an African in your perspective. Here we are.
Something that we're being very intentional about.
Let me change the perspective to my favorite view right over here. I like to stick over there. Let's see. Yeah, okay.
So I've heard it said before, Afropop, Afrofuturism even. It seems that recently there is, I might even go as far as call it an obsession of Africans to attach their identity to the works that they do. And I'm wondering why. Why is African identity so important? Who better to answer this question for me than some young Africans? And one of them actually named his album, very audacious title, Live and Die in Africa. So we're going to start with you, Bien.
The African story is our story told by us, as told by us. because for the long
Hold on. So if DW is a source, let's put ourselves on the line here.
Yeah.
DW is providing the platform. DW is certainly not African.
No, but this is the African stories told by us. We are the ones who are telling you what we are about.
Okay.
So the African story is the story of Africans as told by the people of Africa.
Tetu
This is
Shani,
just a
another
tale.
musician, has asked.
No.
No. Tetu Shani has asked another question.
No.
Who is us? Who is African?
That's my question, is who is us?
The
Because
Africans.
who, where, no, no, wait. How many generations does it take to be defined as African, is what I want to know.
Okay, does anyone have an answer to that question? How many generations does it take for you to be defined as African, assuming that your background or what we call your indigenous roots are not African? Any answer? Any takers?
It doesn't have to take generations. I think we have people who have lived in Kenya maybe for 10 years right now, and they see themselves as Africans. It's actually how you carry the African pride, how you see yourself, how you respect the culture, how you respect the heritage, and what makes you feel you're African. It doesn't have to be skin color.
Well, I'm actually very surprised that we have not brought up the issue of skin color yet. So that's interesting.
I don't
Yes.
think it's I just want to build on what she said. I don't think it's enough for you to see yourself as an African. The African people, the community that you're in, has to see you as an African. You get, it has to be a two-way thing.
This is a very philosophical thing. So to be is to be perceived. To be African is to be perceived.
I can't just insert myself into Africa and feel African. Oh my God, I feel African. No, it has to be, you have the people who you found there. Do they see you as African? And if they see you as African, then, like I'm saying, it's always a two-way conversation. That if they see you as African, then you see yourself as African as well. And then that's when you can start talking about an African identity. It's not an individual feeling. It's not something that you bestow upon yourself. It's the people that bestow it on you.
Okay, so if, for example, my producer / director Johan, who by the way is behind the scenes here, comes to Africa, he feels as African as he wants to be, and we see him as African. Does that then bestow that identity onto him?
No.
I'm just trying to establish the parameters.
No, look, okay, let's look at the North American continent. Who do we see as people? We call them the Native Americans. We're looking at the people who first arrived on that continent and for generations and generations developed an identity connected to that land, named the land, developed cultures connected to that, developed language that's connected to that continent. I'd say African identity is also connected to history. Who were the first inhabitants of this continent? For how long have they developed a way of life that is connected to the roots and to the animals and to the way that they till the land and all that kind of stuff? For me, honestly, that's really authentic African identity. Of course, there have been other people who have tapped into the conversation. There's Afro-Arabs, right? So there's people who live on the coastline who have, mingled with Arabs, and there's other people who mingled with, we would even say Chinese, whatever.
You see, I think that it becomes dicey there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sophie, but it seems that we are very sensitive about the ownership of this identity. So when other people lay claim to it, we get a little edgy about it. Why are we so sensitive about our identity?
I think we have.
Are we, first of all?
I absolutely. And I think because of colonialism and having to deal with imperialism, we are extra touchy about the subject of African identity, because we had to face a situation where our Africanism was put to the test. And I think that colonialism essentially brought us together as Africans to even lay better claim and more claim to our identity as Africans.
And I'm always hearing this thing, Africans rallying behind Africans. Bien, I've heard you say it a couple of times, Africans listening to African music. Is there such a thing as a collective African sound, a collective African psyche?
There's no collective African psyche because the people of Africa have come from different backgrounds, they speak different languages, they come from different tribes, they have different...
So I'll stop it right there. And I'll just get into it because it's a lot. It's a lot to talk about. I think let's go back to the first talking point. I was just loading up the first talking point. What is African identity, right? What makes you feel African? That's what they're talking about. Before we go into the music of African identity, let's just start by definitions, right? Let's begin by definitions. So yeah, in my previous, if for those who tuned in last week, by the way, Congratulations. Today we're moving on from that. For those who tuned in from yesterday in Tanzania show, also congratulations. We are just moving from that. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. So let's just continue. In our previous talk, we determined that African identity is purposely ambiguous. If for those who followed me when I was talking about Frantz Fanon, it is purposely ambiguous in order to accommodate for the extensive diversity that's in Africa. And not just diversity that's in Africa, it's the diversity in just the Black community, right? Like there is diversity between the African and the African American, the Afro Brazilian, I know we don't talk about them that much, but the Afro Indian. I don't know if they identify as Afro Indian, but we do have our African brothers in India. I don't know how they identify yet. For those who know, maybe you can put it in the comment section. But for those Afro Indians, Afro Asians, there is huge diversity in the African identity. So sometimes the African identity becomes purposely ambiguous. And we talked about this last time, right? Let me continue. And also to counter a big agenda or a big intention of African identity just came out in the purpose to counter white identity. So before colonization, or before our unfortunate meeting with the white supremacy, we did not identify as Africans. Did we? I don't think we identified as a continent, as, oh, we are all one people. I don't think that was happening. That was just a result of white supremacy, that the white man did not bother to, split up. I don't know the English word, chuja, or let me say, to not bother to distinguish between the Angolan and the Kenyan, or the Ghanaian and the Tanzanian, or the Ethiopian. Okay, there are documents where there, because unless he was up to nefarious aims, like what happened in Rwanda, where he distinguished between the Tutsi and the Hutu, not based on actual ethnic definitions or ethnic parameters, but based on practically physical features. Like, oh, this guy has his nose is almost close to white nose, so he must be Tutsi. And the other day I talked to a Tutsi. They don't all look like that. They actually look normal people, but you can see how when the white man distinguished Africans, it was meant to cause friction. It was meant to cause divide and conquer. That was the purpose when the white man decided to distinguish Africans. But at the moment, welcome. Oh my God, man, Sam in the building. It's been a minute, my brother. It's been a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my brother. It's been a minute, but let's continue. To him, to the Mzungu, the white man, all Negroes were backward. Therefore, because of this statement, as we watched last time, because of this statement that he insulted our honor as Black people. The white man insulted our honor and our dignity and our pride as Black people. The rise of Pan-Africanism or African nature, just to prove that there is an African culture, that we as Africans also have a culture, rise, and that was actually one of the biggest contributors to the rise of Pan-Africanism. So because of that, it gave rise to the African identity. So it didn't even matter if you are Ghanaian or Kenyan or Ethiopian, Somali, South Sudanese, or Chad, South African. It doesn't matter, because all of us, we were all insulted. And so we had to resist or give an equal reaction to white supremacy as Black supremacy, which will be talked about here, I think. So today, so because of that gave rise to the African identity. So if you look at the African identity, it doesn't really care about the differences in African culture. It because of that, it becomes ambiguous. If you look at the AU, just go look at the let's go look at the qualities or the definitions of the AU, the African, what AU defines as African values. You will find that it's very ambiguous. Literally, they go They go and just say, "Oh yeah, we are welcoming to people. We respect all the elderly." Like these are weird things that to come from a serious organization. Quite weird things to talk about in the name of African values. So, but it's because of that. It's because of the African identity did not come arise out of basically what is common in Africa. It just came arise because of reaction to white supremacy. So let's continue. An interesting phenomenon that has arrived, actually, this is just a note by the way, an interesting, just something that's happened just quite recently. Or is it quite recently? Because no, I think it happened a while back. It happened before. I think it happened before because, in an Ethiopian town called Shashamene, a lot of I don't know if it's Jamaicans or African Americans. I don't know who specifically, maybe even both. There was a Back to Africa movement. It's not the first time. This Back to Africa movement that we are seeing now, it's not the first time it's happened. I think it happened before in history. So if you look at Ethiopia, if you look at Ethiopia, the Shashamene, I think there were other Back to Africa movements. There, even the Black Panther. There are a couple of Black Panthers in Tanzania. I think also West Africa. There's a couple. So Back to Africa movement is not new. In fact, we are going to even witness that as this stream goes on, we're going to see a couple of people who indulge in the Back to Africa movement, including somebody who is very famous. You might know him. So because of this phenomenon where Black people in the West, and this Back to Africa movement is not a reaction to, it's just the same as the African identity. It's not a reaction, it's a reaction to white supremacy in the West. A lot of these things tend to come from a place of reaction to white supremacy. The Back to Africa movement as a reaction to white supremacy in the West, where Black people have grown disillusioned by the insufferable pace in which their fight for equality has progressed. This has left a significant sum of African Americans or Afro Brazilians too, or Afro Latinos. It has left them disillusioned in the pace, because of the pace in which they're gaining equality. It's like one step forward, two steps back, or it's not going at the pace that they are comfortable with. So now they are looking at a sum in which they have to look at, okay, maybe this is not the place for me. That's their thinking. So this has left a significant sum of them mentally detached from Western society. That's what I'm trying to say. Like a lot of people a lot of our melanated brothers and sisters have become detached from Western society. So they now, okay, because this society is not clearly, this society keeps on demonstrating that it's not pushing my interest as a melanated person. So the logical conclusion is, okay, maybe a Black society, an African society will push my interests or it is easier to push for my interest as a melanated person in an African society or a Black society. So now this has pushed for us to go back to our African ancestors. Oh, no, not ancestors, but African ancestral lands. So because of that, let me see. This consequently, their interest has been cast down towards the continent with the realization that a strong Africa is of benefit to the Black struggle globally. I think this is also something that they have seen with maybe the Asians, where a strong Asia has come up and helped Asian communities all over the world to push for their interests, right? So I think it's only, again, logical for Africa, for Black people all over the world, to see that a strong Africa is good for pushing the interests of Black people all over the world. And to me, it makes sense, right? This nudges them to learn more about African problems or the average problems of the African in the continent, if only to understand why he finds himself in this predicament, with grand optimism, by the way, because I find a lot of diaspora to be very optimistic. and come up with a solution. Because if the African comes up with a solution to his problems in Africa, that's just a stepping stone, probably a good stepping stone in which now he can strengthen Africa. Then now he can push for the the strength of the global melanated community, basically. So whether okay, now here's where I was a little bit I was cynic, but whether whether the solution is feasible or not is not of any significance. The true underlying aim is to fuel hope. And now I'm going to sound a little bit cheesy. If I'm just going to be honest, I'm going to sound a little bit cheesy, but wait. So okay. I'm looking. I hope you guys are listening to me. I hope you guys are. I hope I'm not talking to myself. But yeah, I'm going to sound about a little bit cheesy because I believe hope is very important. I think hope is you're going to see a speech actually from somebody who is globally known, an African. To me, I see him as an African. There are those who do not see him as an African. There are those who, because he is a politician and he is controversial to some extent, so he might garner bipolar or bipolar views, right? Like people, binary views. People might like him, people may not like him, because politicians, that's what they tend to do. So I think personally, I'm a firm believer of that hope. I'm a firm believer of hope. So I think even I just watched the Black Panther by the Wakanda Forever. I just watched it a few days ago, and to me, like, I get the people. There are those who criticize that movie. By the I know, I get the criticism. It's there are places where it's like, okay, maybe there's an agenda here, but what it showed me is what Africa can be, and I think that was the main. If you look at it from that perspective, that was the main purpose. That was a very important aspect of that movie. Like, if Africa gets its, for lack of a better word, gets its shit together, then we could be like that. We could be powerful people. We could be respected on the global arena. So yeah, let's continue. So what is okay. How far-reaching is the African identity? That's the question right now. So I think that's where we reached in the video. Let's see if we can continue. How far-reaching is the African identity?
You respect the heritage, and what makes you feel you're African? It doesn't have to be skin color,
Well, I'm actually very surprised that we have not brought up the issue of skin color yet. So that's interesting.
I don't think I don't think it's I just want to build on what she said. I don't think it's enough for you to see yourself as an African. The African people, the community that you're in, has to see you as an African. You get, it has to be a two-way thing.
This is a very philosophical. So to be is to be perceived. To be African is to be perceived.
I can't just insert myself into Africa and feel African. Oh my God, I feel African. No, it has to be, you have the people who you found there. Do they see you as African? And if they see you as African, then, like I'm saying, it's always a two-way conversation. That if they see you as African, then you see yourself as African as well. And then that's when you can start talking about an African identity. It's not an individual feeling. It's not something that you bestow upon yourself. It's the people that bestow it on you.
Okay, so if, for example, my producer/director Johan, who by the way is behind the scenes here, comes to Africa, he feels as African as he wants to be, and we see him as African. Does that then bestow that identity onto him?
No.
I'm just trying to establish the parameters.
No, look, okay, let's look at the North American continent. Who do we see as people? We call them the Native Americans. We're looking at the people who first arrived on that continent and for generations and generations developed an identity connected to that land, named the land, developed cultures connected to that, developed language that's connected to that continent. I'd say African identity is also connected to history. Who were the first inhabitants of this continent? For how long have they developed a way of life that is connected to the roots and to the animals and to the way that they till the land and all that kind of stuff? For me, honestly, that's really authentic African identity. Of course, there have been other people who have tapped into the conversation. There's Afro-Arabs, right? So there's people who live on the coastline who have, mingled with Arabs, and there's other people who mingled with, we would even say Chinese, whatever,
You see, I think that it becomes dicey there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sophie, but it seems that we are very sensitive about the ownership of this identity. So when other people
So my brother there talk about the Chinese and how far-reaching the African identity. There are those who have claimed that, it's not that you just have to claim to be African. It's also Africans have to accept you in a way. Okay, this lady, but if you watch this video, if you continue to watch this video, this lady continues to put a lot of interesting views. So it's not really just how far, just you identifying as Africans. Do Africa accept you as an African? Basically, do Africans it's a very interesting dynamic that she puts there. But to me, when it comes to the African identity, as the world gets more and more homogeneous, there will be a degradation of our culture, paradoxically. But okay, let me not just let me not. I am seeing that I'm ahead of myself when it comes to this comment that I want to make. But let's just watch the video first. I think I'm ahead of myself a little bit.
lay claim to it, we get a little edgy about it. Why are we so sensitive about our identity?
I think we have.
Are we, first of all?
I absolutely. And I think because of colonialism and having to deal with imperialism, we are extra touchy about the subject of African identity, because we had to face a situation where our Africanism was put to the test. And I think that colonialism essentially brought us together as Africans to even lay better claim and more claim to our identity as Africans.
And I'm always hearing this thing, Africans rallying behind Africans. Bien, I've heard you say it a couple of times, Africans listening to African music. Is there such a thing as a collective African sound, a collective African psyche?
There's no collective African psyche because the people of Africa have come from different backgrounds, they speak different languages, they come from different tribes, they have different mila and desturi,
norms and cultures.
Yeah, they have different norms and cultures. And so there is no unified African culture. Just as there is no unified European culture. There's German beer, there's Belgian beer, So in Africa, those things exist, but for the different, communities.
Okay, so different and diverse African cultures, but a unified African identity. Okay, so let me break that down. How far-reaching is this identity? Does it apply to our laws? I've heard it said homosexuality is an African. To our lawyer. Tell me about this.
That's deep.
That's deep. Does it apply to all facets of life, or is it just socio-economic?
I think it's mostly socioeconomic. When it comes to the law, we have completely embraced colonial sort of dispositions when it comes to how we choose to govern ourselves. So you'd find very little African influence, and perhaps the African influence in our law is what people, especially feminists, would term as retrogressive African culture.
But somebody might hear you say that and say, well, you are influenced by the West. You're thinking of Western ideas.
We're having this conversation in English.
Yeah. Wow.
We're having this conversation in English, right? So that's the thing. I don't actually believe that in 2019 and in the centuries to come that there would still be this thing called African identity. I feel because of socialization, because of colonization, because of globalization, essentially, that this idea of Africanism is one that will be depleted in the years to come.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree
You don't agree with that
at all. I think it's because of the influence and the pressure in the context of globalization. That's the precise reason why people hold on to their identity. That's the reason why you cling tight to what makes you different. If there's a force that's homogenizing everyone, making everyone the same, then what makes you unique becomes that much more important. So I think in some ways there will be like what you're saying, like a degradation basically of our identity. But I think in paradoxically and simultaneously to that, there will be a really strong clinging to what makes us different.
But it feels that, oh wow, Tetu is really not happy.
I'm banning.
He's really not happy with this.
Banning.
Please.
You know what? I find it funny that
Okay. Now the video has catch up to me. But you know what our sister is talking about is her name is Christine Mungai. I've put her name on the chat right there. You will find that she's one of the underrated stars of this video. Actually, my brother here who's about to speak is also going to be a star here. But she speaks about African identity, that the fact that is becoming the global identity, or the global human is becoming more and more homogeneous. You know, cities are becoming the same. Nairobi is just looking like any other average global city. All culture is just becoming more homogeneous. It's driving people, and especially youth, to look for what makes them unique. And what makes them unique is their indigenous cultures. So you'll find that there is a drive in Africa for young people to, like, okay, yeah, to search, not to search for their African culture. So they're saying that African culture will be degraded, as the lawyer who just spoke before her. She's saying that it is natural for the African culture to be degraded, like as all global culture, Asian culture is getting degraded. Like, this is something that is happening all over the world. That culture, as it's becoming one culture. So as people feel like, oh, people don't like to be the same. Like, that is like I don't know if it's like a human instinct, especially amongst the youth. They don't like being the word is homogeneous. I don't know the other word for homogeneous, but they don't like being the same. They don't like looking like clones. Walking around here looking like clones. It's not appealing to youth. So obviously there's going to be an urge for them to go to dig deeper into their own culture, to go into their history, to go into what makes them, different from other people. So yeah, my sister Christine Mungai, she's a journalist, but you can even see she's pro black hair. She has dreadlocks on. A lot of sisters here you're going to find that are enlightened and are woke, as you might say, are notice the hairstyle. I like. I've really enjoyed. One of the things I enjoyed about this video is the hair of our sisters. I don't know, men. We are just we don't really have much diversity when it comes to hair. Hairstyle, we practically look the same, but women look if you just notice the women hairstyle, you'll enjoy this afrocentric pop that's pushing out. So yeah, welcome blessed out to the community. Hope you enjoy the video. So let me speak further on this. So the main reasons, actually, one of the reasons why we hold, and this is one of the reasons why it's very difficult to kill the tribe. The tribe will, I know people when they talk about tribe, it becomes a negative area to talk about Africa, because that's actually part of Western, not even Western, because it's part of the global narrative, especially when it comes to Africa, that tribes are just divisive. But as Africans look for what makes them unique, you see, this is where the tribe shines, and this is why one of the many reasons why they have claimed that it's very difficult to get rid of this thing of tribe or tribal culture. I think if, as long as people want to feel unique, the tribe continues to survive. That's one of the things that I see. As long as young people or people just want to feel special and unique, which is a normal human instinct, the tribe continues to survive. And this is something. But I have to go back to what we talked about last week. For those who were there, big ups. We talked about Frantz Fanon. He claims that it's not tribal culture that's the most superior culture. Actually, the most superior culture is national culture. And therefore the nation will be the new tribe. That's what Frantz Fanon talked about in the 60s. So I don't know if this is the truth or not, but we're going to shift a little bit. We're going to shift a little bit and talk about what's in an African name, because now talking about the tribe, the question is, let me continue the video a little bit, then we're going to no, I can't continue the video. We're going to have to shift to the African name. Welcome. Welcome, I can fire. So Tezi, Rastafari is making African woman even more beautiful, right? Oh, my brother, you know it. You know it. You know it, man. Nothing beautiful like a woman, pulling off those locks, those dreadlocks. Welcome, Bwana Haguziki. Welcome to the chat, my brother. So today we're going to now thank you guys for. In fact, now that you guys are here, I think this is the perfect time to put up this video. Brana Guziki, I can fire. Welcome. Let's let me pull up this video and see what you think about it. It's from a brother we all know. Some of you may not consider him a brother, especially our brothers in America, because he is a politician. So politicians tend to do that, bro. So, but he speaks a little bit of uniqueness when it comes to his perspective, really. And he did something that that's popular now, but he did it when it was not popular, And so sometimes we have to give him his props. But yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can pull him up here. Just give me a minute. See, let me see if I can, yeah. But I find that this video really inspires me. I actually watch it every year, by the way. Year annually, or even more than once a year. I just watch it. It just gives me hope for Africa, really, sometimes. But yeah, let's see if I can share it now. Here it comes. Here it comes. Sorry, guys, for the long for the long wait. But the
Wakenya, Impio. It is great to be back in Kenya.
nice, this guy, man. Yeah, here comes the controversy. Here comes the controversy. I've seen him not being popular in some people and unpopular in some people, by the way. But this video is important for the next thing we're going to talk about. So just be open-minded. Just be open-minded. I know for those who a lot of our brothers in the US, the African diaspora, and our African brothers and sisters, African American brothers and sisters in the US, have a political opinion because he is a politician, and politicians tend to, there's always the negative aspect of politicians that I'm all too aware of, but yeah, here he comes. But here he spoke to something that I think people, I don't know, maybe you might see him different after this, maybe you might not, but he spoke to something very interesting here that I just like us to listen.
Habari zenu. Wakenya, Impio. It is great to be back in Kenya. Thank you so much for this extraordinary welcome. I know it took a few years, but as president, I try to keep my promises. And I said I was going to come, and I'm here. So, and everyone have a seat. I'm going to be talking for a while. Relax. I want to thank my sister Alma for a wonderful introduction. I'm so glad that you could be with us here today. Who first guided me through Kenya almost your hospitality that you've shown me for our work together on this visit and for being here today. It's a great honor. I am proud to be the first American president to come to Kenya. And of course, I'm the first Kenyan American to be president of the United States.
First of all, that's actually a good part to start with. Look at what he identifies as. He identifies. Now, I get it that this can be even further for those who identify as those who are anti-Africans, because I've seen the anti-African movement within the Black community or the African American community or the FBA community in the United States. I've seen those videos of who claim that Africans from the continent who come from Africans from the continent who are in America tend to be betrayers. Let me just keep it blunt. Betrayers to the cause of So I know that can be further, but let's just start with what he identifies with. He identifies as Kenyan American. This is a speech in Kenya. People don't talk about this speech when it comes to Kenya. People talk about the gay speech. He never even gave the gay speech. He just implied. But people never talk about. I think that is also part of. I don't know what agenda. I don't know whose agenda it is, but it's part of an agenda where they don't talk. They don't to just mask this very important speech he gave when he was in Africa. And people, just to see his perspective as an African, because he talks about his history and his family's history, his father's history, his grandfather's history, that he is all too aware of. So let us continue.
That thing. I do. Saying, I love you back. I do. But as Amma was saying, the first time I came to Kenya, things were a little different. When I arrived at Kenyatta Airport, the airline had lost my bag. That doesn't happen on Air Force One. They always have my luggage on Air Force One. As she said, Alma picked me up in an old Volkswagen Beetle. And I think the entire stay I was here, it broke down 4 or 5 times. We'd be on the highway, we'd have to call the Joakali. He'd bring his tools. We'd be sitting there waiting. And I slept on a cot in her apartment. Instead of eating at fancy banquets with the president, we were drinking tea and eating ugali, sukuma wiki, and so there wasn't a lot of luxury. Sometimes the lights would go out. They still do, is that what someone said? But there was something more important than luxury on that first trip. And that was a sense of being recognized, being seen. I was a young man, and I was just a few years out of university. I'd worked as a community organizer in low-income neighborhoods in Chicago. I was about to go to law school, and when I came here, in many ways I was a Westerner. I was an American, unfamiliar with my father and his birthplace, really disconnected from half of my heritage. And at that airport, as I was trying to find my luggage, there was a woman there who worked for the airlines, and she was helping fill out the forms, and she saw my name and she looked up and she asked if I was related to my father, who she had known. And that was the first time that my name meant something. Right? And that it was.
Yeah, now this is the part where I'd like us to mark. Like, I think this was back in the 80s or something. I think it was back in, I don't think it goes far back as 70s, but I think it was back in the 80s when Obama did his first, I don't know if I don't know if it's right to call it sabbatical, but that he went and he was on a quest to find his heritage. Basically, he was looking for his heritage, as a lot of African Americans are doing it right now. But he did it in the 80s. But he when he first came in the airport, maybe his name did not mean anything behind maybe when he was in the US, or maybe when he was in the West. His name meant nothing. It's just a name. In fact, probably it must have been even a disadvantage, as a lot of people claim that that African name can cost you employment, can cost you a lot of things that a white passing name can give you, right? But when he came to Africa, the name Obama began. The name Obama began to mean something. It's like, oh, so my name actually means something. So that's really the point of this video. But I know, I recognize that there is a lot of controversy that comes to him because he is a politician, and we both know politicians have a lot of negativity that follows them, and it's true. All perspectives on politicians are true because politics, man. Politics is not a game for the innocent, as I can say. People who play politics are not for. It's not an innocent game. So I don't see him as an innocent guy. I get it.
Recognized. In the course of several weeks, I'd meet my brothers, aunts, and uncles. I'd travel to Alego, the village where my family was from. I saw the graves of my father and my grandfather. And I learned things about their lives that I could have never learned through books. And in many ways, their lives offered snapshots of Kenya's history. But they also told us something about the future. My grandfather, for example, he was a cook for the British. And as I went through some of his belongings when I went up country, I found the passbook he had to carry as a domestic servant. It listed his age and his height, his tribe, listed the number of teeth he had missing. And he was referred to as a boy, even though he was a grown man in that passbook. And he was in the King's African Rifles during the Second World War and was taken to the far reaches of the British Empire, all the way to Burma. And back home, after the war, he was eventually detained for a time because he was linked to a group that opposed British rule. And eventually he was released. He forged a home for himself and his family. He earned the respect of his village, lived a life of dignity, although he had a well-earned reputation for being so strict that everybody was scared of him. And he became estranged from part of his family. So that was his story. And then my father came of age as Kenyans were pursuing independence. And he was proud to be a part of that liberation generation. And next to my grandfather's papers, I found letters that he had written to 30 American universities asking for a chance to pursue his dream and get a scholarship. And ultimately, one university gave him that chance, the University of Hawaii. And he would go on to get an education and then return home. And here, at first, he found success as an economist, and disappointment in part because he couldn't reconcile the ideas that he had for his young country with the hard realities that had confronted him. And I think sometimes about what these stories tell us, what the history and the past tell us about the future. And they show us the enormous barriers to progress that so many Kenyans faced just 1 or 2 generations ago. This is a young country. We were talking last night at dinner. The president's father was the first president. We're only a generation removed. And the daily limitations and sometimes humiliations of colonialism, that's recent history. The corruption and cronyism and tribalism that sometimes confront young nations, that's recent history. But what these stories also tell us is an arc of progress. From foreign rule to independence, from isolation to education and engagement with a wider world. It speaks of incredible progress. So we have to know the history of Kenya, just as we Americans have to know our American history. All people have to understand where they come from. But we all also have to remember why these lessons are important. We know our history so that we can learn from it. We learn our history because we understand the sacrifices that were made before, so that when we make sacrifices, we understand we're doing it on behalf of future generations. There's a proverb that says, "We have not inherited this land from our forebears, we have borrowed it from our children." In other words, we study the past so it can guide us into the future and inspire us to do better. And when it comes to the people of Kenya, particularly the youth, I believe there is no limit to what you can achieve. A young, ambitious Kenyan today should not have to do what my grandfather did and serve a foreign master. You don't need to do what my father did and leave your home in order.
You see that? You see what he says? He's saying the things that we are saying as in the Pan-African community. He's saying like, so, and I'm not here to push any agenda or something, but this speech, I watch this speech. Like I said, I watch this speech every probably once a year or something. I go through this speech, and he's saying something very, very that always, like, if you're just like, wait, these are it just hits me as the talking points that we always talk about, especially in Pan-African circles, that we should not be serving a foreign master, and it gives you also a look, because it's his own speech, so it gives you a look into this guy's mental process or thinking process or his awareness. He is aware. That's just something that I always noted, like, oh, so he knows these things. He knows that Africa should not be serving a foreign master. And there are those. I actually have an article. Actually, it's a very. I don't think I'm going to show it right now, but I might show it if I'm compelled. But he got a lot of hit, by the way, from the British government. I think that time it was Boris Johnson who was the Prime Minister of Britain. I don't know who. Yeah, it was Boris Johnson who was hitting on Obama because he felt that Obama was using the American government to inhibit British interests in Africa. Now I know the whole. We know what happened with the Libya situation, and honestly, there's no defending that. There's no defending that. I'm not even going to attempt. But just a very interesting perspective of of what it means to be African. That's basically the point of the African identity. That's the whole topic of today, right? That's the whole topic of today. So even no matter, like you could just see the African identity coming out. That's what I'm just trying to say. Like, That's my whole point. Let's just continue the video.
To get a good education and access to opportunity. Because of Kenya's progress, because of your potential, you can build your future right here, right now. Now, like any country, Kenya is far from perfect, but it has come so far in just my lifetime. After a bitter struggle, Kenyans claimed their independence just a few years after I was born, and after decades of one-party rule, Kenya embraced a multi-party system in the 1990s, just as I was beginning my own political career in the United States. Tragically, just under a decade ago, Kenya was nearly torn apart by violence at the same time that I was running for my first campaign for president. And I remember hearing the reports of thousands of innocent people being killed or driven from their homes. And from a distance, it seemed like the Kenya that I knew, a Kenya that was able to reach beyond ethnic and tribal lines, that it might split apart across those lines of tribe and ethnicity. But look what happened. The people of Kenya chose not to be defined by the hatreds of the past. You chose a better history. The voices of ordinary people and political leaders and civil society did not eliminate all these divisions, but you addressed the divisions and differences peacefully. And a new constitution was put in place declaring that every person has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. A competitive election went forward, not without problems, but without the violence that so many had feared. In other words, Kenyans chose to stay together. You chose the path of Harambee. And in part because of this political stability.
Okay, for those who don't know Harambee, Harambee is it's a Kenyan philosophy. I don't know, it's an African philosophy of contributing for somebody or helping each other for the greater good or for a greater purpose. That is the philosophy of Harambee. It's an African philosophy. It came from I think it came from it's a philosophy that came up from the struggle of independence. That's where this philosophy came up, helping each other, helping each other for the greater good. It's like it's the Kenyan version of Ubuntu. For those who maybe are not aware of Harambee, maybe you might be aware of the Ubuntu. It's just it's just similar. It's the same. Probably most have a lot of in common. It's just the same thing, probably. Maybe a few differences, but it's the same thing. That's the spirit of Harambee. That's the philosophy of Harambee. Just helping each other, contributing to each other's help, in order for us to be. It's still alive until now. Actually, Harambee. There are a lot of Harambees. It's become it's a thing now. It's a huge thing. It's like common in all over Kenya, where people contribute. Maybe somebody has. It's like a GoFundMe. That's the modern version now. It has evolved into something like a GoFundMe, but it's basically just helping people, helping our societies, helping people in our societies in who need help, and coming together to help somebody. That's the spirit of Harambee. So that's what he's talking about right now.
Kenya's economy is also emerging, and the entrepreneurial spirit that people rely on to survive in the streets of Kibera can now be seen in new businesses across the country, from the city square to the smallest villages. M-Pesa is changing the way people use money. New investment is making Kenya a hub for regional trade. When I came here as a U.S. Senator, I pointed out that South Korea's economy was the same as Kenya's when I was born, and then was 40 times larger than Kenya's. Think about that. Started at the same place. South Korea had gone here and Kenya was here. But today that gap has been cut in half just in the last decade, which means Kenya is making progress. And meanwhile, Kenya continues to carve out a distinct place in the community of nations as a source of peacekeepers for places torn apart by conflict, a host for refugees driven from their homes, a leader for conservation, following the footprints of Wangari Maathai. Kenya is one of the places on this continent that truly observes. And in the United States, we see the legacy of Kip Keino every time was marathons. And maybe the First Lady of Kenya is going to win one soon. I told the president he has to start running with his wife. So there's much to be proud of. But we also know the progress is not complete. There are still problems that shadow ordinary Kenyans every day. Challenges that can deny you your livelihood and sometimes deny you lives. As in America and so many countries around the globe, economic growth has not always been broadly shared. Sometimes people at the top do very well, but ordinary people still struggle. Today, a young child in Nyanza province is 4 times more likely to die than a child in Central province, even though they are equal in dignity in the eyes of God. That's a gap that has to be closed. A girl in Rift Valley is far less likely to attend secondary school than a girl in Nairobi. That's a gap that has to be closed. Across the country, one study shows corruption costs Kenyans 250,000 jobs every year, because every shilling that's paid as a bribe could be put into the pocket of somebody who's actually doing an honest day's work. And despite the hard-earned political progress that I spoke of, those political gains still have to be protected. New laws and restrictions could close off the space where civil society gives individual citizens a voice and holds leaders accountable. Old tribal divisions and ethnic divisions can still be stirred up. I want to be very clear here. A politics that's based solely on tribe and ethnicity is a politics that's doomed to tear a country apart. It is a failure of imagination. Of course, here in Kenya, we also know the specter of terrorism has touched far too many lives. And we remember the Americans and Kenyans who died side by side in the attack on our embassy in the 90s. We remember the innocent Kenyans who were taken from us at Westgate Mall. We weep for the nearly 150 people slaughtered at Garissa, including so many students who had such a bright future before them. We honor the memory of so many other innocent Kenyans whose lives have been lost in this struggle. So Kenya is at a crossroads, a moment filled with peril, but also enormous promise. And with the rest of my time here today, I'd like to talk about how you can seize the moment, how you can make sure we leave behind a world that's better, a world that we've borrowed from our children. When I first came to Sub-Saharan Africa as president, I made clear my strong belief that the future of Africa is up to Africans. For too long, I think that many looked to the outside for salvation and focused on somebody else being at fault for the problems of the continent. And as my sister said, ultimately, we are each responsible for our own destiny. And I'm here as president of a country that sees Kenya as an important partner. I'm here as a friend who wants Kenya to succeed. And the pillars of that success are clear.
Okay. I think we've done enough of that speech. I think it's now just going to politics and other stuff. But I think the whole point. I think we've gotten the whole point. That what's in an African name. I think in the first part. Habari Tanzan, karibu kwa stream. We'll be waiting for you, Marie Antoinette. Welcome, blissed out. Yeah. So yeah, I think we've gotten the whole point of what he was trying to say in the beginning of the speech, where he talks about his name and the moment his name began to mean something is when he first came to Africa, when he was searching for his identity. So today, we are still going to focus on that. Let me see if I can. Now today, in fact, this is going to be a diverse stream, by the way. We started with Obama. We're going to look at three cultures. We're going to look at the Swahili culture, we're going to look at the Agikuyu culture, and we're going to look at the Luo culture. So don't worry. We are still continuing. So let me show you this, the power of a name in the Agikuyu culture. So let me see if okay. See if I can load this. But the Agikuyu people had a very interesting perspective of the name, which was actually common amongst East African. Now, if you are a West African, please join. Okay, let me see if I can drop the link. If you're a West African, just come and show us what are the naming principles, or even if you're an East Africa, I don't know, maybe I might not capture all the tribes in Africa, because Africa is diverse. Like Africa is big and diverse, so I probably might not even capture all of it. But so if you feel like I've not captured your specific ethnicity or even diaspora, because they are also an African tribe, I consider them a part of the African community and part of the community, of the Black community. So they probably also have developed their own systems in which the name means something, right? So let me see if I can drop the link for those as I continue. See, so that people don't feel like as if they've been left out. Because there you are. So yeah, as we continue, as I'm posting the link, let me just show you this is the Kikuyu tribe. For those Kenyans who are within the Kikuyu community, Kikuyu, but I feel like this is common amongst Bantus. When I talk about Kikuyu, I'm talking about Bantus really. This is just common amongst most Bantus. The book is with the prehistoric people. So for those who are looking for it. Now the name, what happened? What is the importance of the name? What's in a name? According to the Bantu Kikuyus, right? The Kikuyu Bantus. They know that they are not Kikuyu other things. It's just the Bantu tribe of Kikuyu. The chief Munge, belonging to Mwangi, gives the names of his ancestors for 4 generations. That is as far as his great-great-grandfather, who belonged to Madadi, the aged father of another chief. Nduini himself of the Maina only got as far as the names of his father and grandfather at the latter of the generation. Ndemi, no memory were encountered beyond the time of Madadi, or reckoning 30 years for the generations, about a century and a half ago. So okay. Let me just continue. As I drink my coffee, men reckon age amongst themselves according to the year by which they were initiated into the tribe. And each annual festival of circumcision was a name bestowed on it, accordance with the marked fixture of that time. So the name of the festival in 1987, Kiangwachi, this is 1897, not 1987, 1897. Kiangwachi signifies that there were at that date many sweet potatoes. While at 1907, that is 10 years after that, Kabango, If I'm pronouncing it wrong, just tell me. Which literally the ear of the back on the back recalls the rare occurrence that a boy on that occasion ran away and was forcibly operated on in that attitude. It will be interesting to ascertain that by that authority these names are bestowed, and also that given that to the generation they are apparently obtained throughout the whole country. Okay, basically talking about the names. So following are the names, basically names in this Bantu community of the Kikuyu. The names were given specifically to what's the events, the popular events, and usually significant events at that time. One of them is like, oh, there's a huge harvest of potatoes, sweet potatoes. So the event was like that, and or something happened that is significant to history. So people are working historical libraries basically. So and I know people can look down on it. There are those who can look. I see them all the time, and it's unfortunate that they are Africans. But we talked about them last year, not last year, last week. Talked about them last week as in that book from North of South. That these people who criticize Africa, like make fun of Africa, Africans that make fun of Africa. We know them. There is a name for them, and they are not new. They think they are smart, but they are not smart. They have been. This is something that is not new. That's been happening since the 60s, and they think that they're impressing the Mzungu. The Mzungu, we showed them that the Mzungu looks at them the same way they look at any other African. In fact, they look at them even lower because they look at this guy as even more confused because you don't even know your identity. So a special screw you to those Africans that look down on their own Africans. And we continue. So the following names which have been given to their successful annual celebrations. Ngando, no explanation. Okay, yeah. In 1891 there was the word Ngando was specifically for the year. The year was the year of Ngando. In 1892, the year was Nginge, the year of the large variety of locusts, an individual circumcised, and so if you were born on that year or you were circumcised in that year, your name will probably be named Nginge. Nyongo, wait, Nyongo is a Kikuyu name. Okay, I didn't know that. Nyongo, the year of cattle disease that was characterized by a rotten belly and running from the a running nose. That was 1893. So if your name was Nyongo, they know that you are born in 1893. Mutungo, the year of the skin disease, smallpox. That was 1894. Tunguya, the year of a particularly scented flower. That was Tunguya. Oh, these guys got lucky. They got they got named after a flower. These other guys were named after diseases, man. So yeah, 1895 was a good year. 1896, Gagicha. This is the year named in reference to a particular clan which have been King Kiangwachi, the crop of grain that was that failed, but the sweet potatoes were more prolific. Nudhi. So each year, basically, I'm not gonna name all the years, but each year had its own name. So people who born on that year had that name. Like, oh yeah, okay. So this is something interesting, really, because we're going to talk about it even further as we continue. But basically, your name was your age. It was a very interesting system of combining, like your name is your age. So nobody asked you, oh, how old are you, and what's your name and how old are you? It's like that was the one and the same thing. Your name was your age. So it was a very interesting perspective, and I see this even in Chinese. They hear Chinese, the year of the cat, the year of the rat, the year, and everybody is like, oh, impressive. No, we were doing it too. We were, and I feel like we should also we should also big up our history. We should also promote our history. So yeah, I don't know what 2020, 2021 was the year of what. Maybe if you are a Kikuyu in the chat, maybe you can give us what 2023 is the year of what. Hopefully the culture continues, right? But the age of a child is always explained by holding out the hand to show his age. Oh, there's also a way of looking at the age of a child apart from the year. They look at the hand to show its height, and any allusions as to the years of children made in these pages must be taken as computed on this data. This is a very old book, by the way. Mothers sometimes plant trees on the birth of their children, but appear as a rule to lose count of their ages before long. So yeah, there are those mothers that planted that when your child is born, you plant a tree. So as the tree goes older, you can track the age of your child. It's a very interesting system. So let me see. Oh yeah, I think that's the whole page of Gikuyu. Let me finish this. You're done here. So yeah, that's one of the that's one of the tribes. Let's look at another tribe. The next tribe we're looking at is the use of names. I think I'm going to look at the Luo first, but next. But the use of names is one part of a complex systems in which Africans use to data history. It's just one part. Now, time can be classified. Now we're going to look at a Nilotic tribe. This was a Bantu tribe. So we're going to look at now the next tribe we're going to look at is a Nilotic tribe. Then as we continue, we're going to look at another Bantu tribe called the Swahili, because people are always curious about the Swahili language, right? And yesterday we were talking about with Tanzania about Swahili language being considered Arabized and considered. There's all these aspects to those who are resistant to the Swahili language, and those are fair criticisms that we need to address, right? So we're going to address them in a couple of as we continue through this stream. We're going to address the Swahili language and how it's the Arab influence or the Bantu influence, all these things. We're going to address this stuff. Today we're talking about African identity. So, but now as we're talking about African names, how the naming traditions in Africa, one thing that is strikingly common in East Africa is the historical significance the name gives. Names were used as time markers. This implies that knowing someone's name and age, you can get an accurate impression of an event that occurred at the time of this person's birth. So it was I would love to, sometimes, I know people don't, a lot of people think like this, but let me not say people don't think like this, but a lot of people think like this, that, how would it be living in that time where people's names are literally, your name, you can tell what happened in history. Your name has historical significance. Your name is like, each person is a library. Like, it's I guarantee you it was fascinating. Just fascinating. Like, each name is a library. Like, during your birth, this happened. Oh, during your birth, this happened. Oh, just knowing people's names is like, so knowing the names of a whole community, you can know the history. Basically, you can know the history of that community just by knowing the names of your name. So the more you know people in that community, the more you learn about the history of that community. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know. It feels beautiful. So because of that, let's talk about time. We touched on it yesterday with Tanzan's stream. For those who haven't watched it, go and rewatch it. So we touched about African time, and even Mika has also been talking about it in the African time. It's been sort of a theme this past few weeks. African time, African perspective of time. So I decided, I tackled it last year, but you know what? Let's revisit. Let us revisit. So the use of names is but one part of the complex system in which Africans used to date their history. It's not just names. Now, time can be classified into specific cycles, the quotidian and the seasonal cycle, with the quotidian cycle being the shortest cyclical concept, usually a day. If somebody says quotidian cycle, it just means a day. And the former, which is seasonal cycle, means seasons, basically the longer durations of time cycles. Like, oh, yeah, Africans notice that after a while cycle, this weather is kind of cyclic. There's a cycle to the weather. There's like, okay, after a while the rain season comes, then a little bit short rains, long rains, cold, hot, you know. Yeah, the Africans notice these things. It's not something that, there are those who imply that Africans didn't notice. Once again, there are those who imply that Africans had, were just living their lives, just chilling, chilling, saying ooga booga, chilling, not noticing their environment, not documenting the environment, not, no philosophy, basically. Well, once again, I'll just give you a special screw you that to those who believe that thing, and you should, read a book. Just read a book, and get your knowledge up, because it is. I don't know why. I don't know why it's fashionable. It's fashionable to be ignorant about Africa. I don't know why, but here we are here to say it's not. It's not fashionable to be ignorant about Africa. To say ignorant statements about Africa is not fashionable. It doesn't make you look cool. It makes you look ignorant. So for those who make such statements, special, once again, special screw you to you, and get your mind right, and read a book, do your research. Don't make ignorant statements about Africa. So yeah, let's continue. Okay, today we're going to look at an article written, not an article, a paper written, called Living on Luo Time. Let me see. Let me see if I can get it. What's happening? There we are. So I don't know if you guys can see it. All right, then. Okay, I think you can see it now. So let's talk about the cycles. The quotidian cycle, the shortest and most basic cyclical conceptualization of time, centers around the observation of daily alternation between day and night. It's basically daily move. I've thought about this right now. So this daily cycle, this is now African, this is the Nilotic perspective. This daily cycle is divided into named segments of variable length within the structure of performance of these activities. Basically, Ogutu, Obunga, named after the time of the day during which they were born. So yeah, there are tribes like the Nilotic tribes went even further and named the people basically on the time they were born during the day. That was a thing. So for example, Odiocheng, which derives from the term for the sun, Cheng is sun, is the period of midday from roughly 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. by Western clock time. And boys born during this time will be called Ocheng, while girls born during this time will be called Acheng. Odhiambo is a term for following period of the late afternoon and evening, giving rise to name of Odhiambo for males and Adhiambo for females. Otieno is in the period of the night. Otieno and Atieno, however, those born after about midnight are called Owor or Odwor. Okay, early morning, Okinyi. Okay, just basically this tribe named people basically on the time of the day. Apart from just seasons, apart from just events during that time, they were also named during the time of the day. The fact that Luo dispositions or of short-term time, basically daily time, have not yet been transformed by the commoditized hourly clock type system of capitalism does not mean actually, the writer of this article claims that it's capitalism that has made time to be hourly, which he claims that because of the commoditization of labor, it pushed for the need for time to be to be more specific, like hourly, minutes, or so. Yeah, because he says that came from the commoditization of labor. So it's a very interesting perspective he has. I'll give you his name later. Can't go up to the article, but okay, I'll give you his name later. But the article, the paper he writes is living on Luo time. So, moreover, they quite clearly make temporal evaluation on time. But temporal just means like sectioning of time like into minutes, hours, and days, weeks, and years. That's what's the meaning of temporal. That's my definition. That's my understanding of temporal. So also so basically they talk about this Nilotic tribe. They had a sense of, okay, you are late. They had a sense of time, like, okay, now you are late, now you are on time. There are people who believe that Africans didn't have a sense. African time. African time. I feel like it's a colonial concept, because clearly our ancestors knew that, oh, you are late. They knew when you are late. They had a concept of late, which they actually had a word of being late. They had a word of being on time. So if they had those words in their vocabulary, that means they had a concept. They had conceptualized time, knowing that, okay, at this time you're late, at this time. So people. It's a very interesting perspective. Basically, they had a time for slow, they had a time for fast in the performance of activities, economic activities, and the difference between this Nilotic tribe, the Luo quotidian time, and the Western time, our time, is not actually much of one lacking abstract units of measures, but rather having units of less uniform, greater temporal length, which are calibrated basically. So basically the difference is not about the difference between actually African perception of time and Western perception of time. But the guy who wrote this guy is from the West. The guy who wrote this he says that the difference between the Western perception of time and the African perception of time is that it's not really about that Africans didn't have a perception of time, but it's just difference in calibration. Yeah, like the West used hours, the Africans used other units. That's basically what he's saying. That it's not that they didn't have a perception of time. It's just that we used different calibrations of time. Let's continue. Because I'm going to skip a lot of this. By the he also talks about the difference. A more important difference is the link between lower time limits, time units, and the conception of labor time as a commodity. Therefore, time reckoning has not yet served as a vehicle for the transformation of dispositions towards all activities as commoditized entities and convertible. So basically, oh my God, I'm going to have to highlight this. This guy talks about capitalism. Like, I didn't, the perspective of time and capitalism. Let's see if I can highlight. So this guy is talking about that one of the big differences between African time, because I'm going to keep it as African. One of the big differences of African time is that because African did not commoditize their labor the way the West commoditized their labor, to the point that they saw labor as like, oh, I worked 10 hours on this project, so the value of this project increases. Africans did not have that perspective. So because of that commoditization of labor, that the time in which it took to make an object made it even more valuable. Because of Africans not have that. That is a big difference between Western perception of time and African perception of time. So yeah, let's talk about the seasonal cycle. Uh, so yeah, basically seasonal cycle with the. I think this is in the West. It could be referred to as the yearly cycle, but before they had the years, they had 4 seasons, right? So in here, they talked about weather patterns in Africa, like rainfall, which structures agricultural activities, crop processing, house construction, craft production. Okay, look at this: crop processing, house construction, craft production, diet, meaning that at different points of the year, people ate different types of things. And this is another topic, by the way, we're going to get into later, not now, not on this stream, but another stream, about the African diet and the diversity of the African diet that is being affected by Western capitalism. But yeah, let's continue. This seasonal cycle and the shorter periods of associated activities determined by it serve to reckon the passage of time throughout the cyclical unit of the year, Higa. In the absence of wide acceptance of an imported Western monthly calendar system, events during the yearly cycle tend to be indicated by the reference of cyclical phases. So it should be noted that, unlike a calendar, this cycle is not uniform in terms of the number of days, nor is it uniform for all Luo, because variation in elevation, basically because of the wide nature of the territory, there are those who are in higher elevation, so experience different types of weather patterns from those who are in lower elevations. So each had their own type of calendar. Basically, that's what he's saying, that people in high elevation tend to have different, because of the different weather patterns, they had their own specific calendar. Those in low elevations tend to have their own specific calendar because of different weather patterns. Basically, that's what he's trying to say. So for those living, I've summarized that quite well, by the way. So yeah, once again, personal names are linked to individual identity, to these temporal constructs. For example, a girl born during harvest season may be called Akeo, while a boy born during the weeding period may be called Odoyo. So once again, these personal names were also linked to the seasons, basically. Okay. So we're still looking into what's in an African name. Let me remove this. What's in an African name? Let's see. Okay, so yeah, 250 to 251. I think I'm done with this. I'm done with this. So continue to, also there's the weekly cycles that came with Christianity. Now, after that, after the pre-colonial period, now Christianity came, and the missionaries and the colonial, they came with their own aspect of time, and that also changed the African perspective of time. It gave now the weeks and the day. The days were already there, but now it came with the weeks and the years and all that. But one aspect that is rarely explored is the significance of social structure when it comes to time and your name. Your name was your age, and age was a pretty good determinant of social standard. Of course, there will be obvious biological indicators of time, such as adolescence, where events like menstruation and falling of breasts and circumcision, marriage, those were also biological indicators of time. But while family lineage did not hold much significance, clan lineage was a different matter. As the African tribes expanded, clan lineage was also of political response. So basically, aspects like distance from the common ancestors, like maybe if your clan came, there is the Mumbi, or there is Ramogi, who's the Mulungu. You know, they are very, all these common, a lot of tribes in East Africa have a common ancestor. So if you had a lineage, there was also time in the aspects of lineage from these ancestors. Let me give you a good perspective of this. Where is it? Here we are. There we are. So you can see here Omia Ramugu, Dilang, Omia, Owila, Wanga, the Wanga tribe. If you know somebody who is from the Wanga tribe, shout out Mata. So you can see that the common ancestor here was Omia Ramugu. Now you can see the Dilang and Omia. The Omia is a clan that branched off from the Dilang. So you can see there is a chronological here. There's a chronological perspective of this tribe, because so maybe another clan, branched off from the Omia, or another clan branched off from the Mata. From the Wanga tribe came the Mata. So just all this is also a way of the political perspective of time, or the political aspect or conceptualization of time, where they looked at each other as linked towards the greater ancestor of Omia Ramor. So the Lang and Omia will see themselves as allies, and but they will not marry into each other, because they will feel like they have the same genetic material. So they look like they see themselves as allies and maybe even family. But when it comes to intermarriage, maybe the Omia will go to the Matar or the Wanga, or the even as for even the Uwila. But they may be hesitant to marry each other, because they may see each other as marrying within the same family. So that's a very interesting aspect when it comes to time. So yeah, let me continue. Where is it? There we are. So where was I? I was talking about while family lineage did not hold much significance, clan lineage was a different matter. As the African tribes expanded, clan lineage was also of political importance. Aspects like chronological distance from their common ancestor. So yeah, basically, if a tribe believes that they come from maybe House of Mumbi, maybe they come from Mumbi, your clan's distance from Mumbi determined your political standing with other clans. Like maybe you are like 10 clans away, maybe, okay, 10 is a big, maybe you are 5 clans away from Mumbi, maybe from the Mumbi. That makes that your clan, that chronological lineage of your clan, because clans didn't just come out of nowhere. Clans tend to come out from other clans. That's something people need to understand, that clans come out from other clans. So if your clan comes from this clan, and this clan comes from this clan, branch up, there's a branch over there. So that whole branch, they tend to be politically aligned, as compared to like maybe the other different branches. It's you can, I don't want to put the Bible here, so I'm not going to even mention it, but this is not just limited to African perspective. That's what I'm trying to say. So in conclusion, when it comes to time in Africa, page 256. In conclusion, when it comes to time in Africa, see if you can see this. Yes, you can. This brief discussion on the African conception of time is obviously insufficient, by the way, to convey the true complexity and variety. Moreover, this single case cannot be used as a general model in in African societies. So, nevertheless, this case does raise some point of interest to archaeologists. In the first case, one may note that there are both differences and commonalities when it comes to the way archaeologists. Well, no, this guy, when he talks about archaeologists, he's talking about the West. Let's just be blunt. When he talks about archaeologists, he's talking about the West and the Luo perceive and reckon time. Like most archaeologists, the Luo clearly have a strong sense of historical time and process, as well as convictions about the importance of the past and for the present. Although there is obviously a difference in perspective when it comes to models and causality and historical narrative, the Africans believe that the present is a result of the past. Like the Africans always believe this. And you can even see this with the Gikuyu, where they talk about the climate change and they always refer to their actions in the past that could have affected the climate change. And that was in the early 1900s. In the early 1900s, they could tell, oh, maybe so there was a very huge intelligence amongst African societies, whether Bantu or Nilot, or Bantu Nilotes are what, or Niger Congo, or Kushites. Listen, also the Kushites or the Semites, also the Semites. Let's continue. So they also share with archaeologists the need for an operational system of reckoning time, which is capable of discerning its two essential aspects, sequence and duration. For Africans, past and present time are not reckoned on a single homogeneous scale. Rather, they are linked through a relational system which articulates repetitive cyclical conceptions of different durations with linear sequence of events. Curiously, although archaeologists aspire to a homogeneous chronometric charting of the past, the way they're usually able to date, so basically saying that African perception of time is not chronological in the way the Western see time. Like Western, maybe they want to see each year, like 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904. The African was like more relational. Like this happened in this year, and these are the events of this year related to this tribe. So, and I felt like, okay, maybe there are advantages to this system, but I feel like one of the biggest disadvantages to this system is that the West could just easily come in and like take out a full tribe, and because of taking, and that takes out a huge significant history of Africa. Just by taking out one tribe, you have taken out a huge, like, maybe this was a system meant for us as alone, meaning that everybody in the tribes or everybody in Africa had importance and had significance. Every tribe was significant because they each held a specific history. But because the West could just come with their, as yesterday we talked about, their genocidal ways and just genocide a whole tribe or genocide a whole swath of people, huge amount of history is lost like that, like a snap of a finger, or the bullet just by machine gun can just take out a huge significant amount of African history. So it was also, it had, I think this was the big weakness, and actually contributes a big part to Africans at the moment. A lot of maybe it contribute to Africans not getting in power with their history or having literally blank when it comes to pre-colonial history. But I feel it's changing because we thank God for the early African writers and the early African scholars who, as soon as they could read and write, they recognized the vulnerability of this vulnerability. And because they recognized this vulnerability, they went ahead and documented everything. So we have to give them their accolades and say, yeah, thank you for this. Because now, right now, we are reading about it. It means somebody documented it. That's why we're reading about it. So, yeah, we continue. So the fact that Africans divide short-term duration into different units than we do and calibrate those units according to the solar and seasonal cycles rather than the calendars and hours and days does not mean that they perceive duration in a significantly different way. So I think we are going to go deeper into this because this article refers to this paper refers to multiple papers that I'm going to have to explore with just to see what these guys were writing about. But perhaps the most significant observation of the relevance in this connection is the specific way that temporal perception and experience permeate and structure all aspects of Luo life. For example, models of reckoning history and the perception of present social distance, personal identity. Okay, it's just basically definitions. More Okay, yeah, basically personal identity is talking about personal identities linked to events within the temporal day. Basically, your personal identity is linked to the hour of the day you are born, or the hour or the day of the season you are born, the month of the. Basically, personal identity was pushed to that, which is just a different way of basically a different culture from the West. So the more reciprocal the relationship between perception and reckoning of time and the representation of social relations in something is something that needs to be acknowledged by archaeologists, even those who claim to be only operating on the scale of some longudure. This is like a Latin word or something. However, it is especially critical for archaeologists who must grapple with agency and the pursuit of social. Okay. Is a lot of technical jargon here, but basically I think I've summarized it much for you. I don't think I can even go further than this. We can move to the next topic. Yeah. So yeah, this is the Department of Anthropology, Yale University, Department of Anthropology, University of California. Okay. Oh, the references are here. For those who can take a snapshot of the references, here they are. There are a lot. Where the African references are on the bottom here. I think here is where the African references begin. From Oginga Odinga, Ogot Obunga. Hold on. Yeah, I think we are done with this topic, with this section of the stream. We can go back. Let us see, we can go back to. So yeah, we're going now. Okay, now we're going to touch on what we talked about yesterday with Tanzan. For those who are there, Tanzan was talking about African tradition, but today I'm going to go to African culture, which you may think is the same thing, but it's not. African tradition and African culture are two different things. Now, I used to believe African culture was like, what we used to do in the past, basically Africans' past customs or African, but I was wrong. I also used to believe that the same thing, but I came to realize that I kind of was wrong. So I had to immerse myself within the rural community to truly appreciate the vivid nature of African culture. I still struggle with the concept of African culture in its current form, because life in rural Tanzania is kind of similar to life in rural Kenya, but may not be as true for rural Zimbabwe or Ghana. Therefore, it's easier to advocate for East African culture or regional culture than African culture as a whole. And but going back to the main man himself, Frantz Fanon, We talked about him last time, but you know what? I'm going to let's see if I can put him up again. Where is he? He's here. He's here. The big man himself, Frantz Fanon, the guy who does not mince words, you know, and does not and is not afraid to use the N word. Okay, wrong. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. There we are. So, okay. Page. For those who have the book, page 223. Oh, it's like I was already there. Here, even highlighted it. So the native intellectual who comes back to his people by the way of cultural achievements behaves, in fact, like a foreigner. And if you saw Obama, his video, he basically said that he felt like a foreigner. The native, so sometimes he has no hesitation in using a dialect in order to show that his will is as near as possible to the people, but the ideas that he expresses and preoccupations he's taken up with have no common yardstick to measure with the real situation in which men and women of his country know. The culture that the intellectual leans towards is often no more than a stock of particularism. He wishes to attach himself to the people, but instead he only catches a hold of the outer garments. So yeah, this is the part where last time I was looking for this part last time, but it's like God said, nah, you're going to find it this time. So we're talking about African culture. So he wishes, so the native intellectual, when he comes back to his people, so he's claiming that the native intellectual is probably diaspora. I don't know if the word diaspora was a word back then, but I don't even think it's diaspora. It just refers to a lot of people who are detached, maybe once detached from his people, and now wishes to reconnect. And these outer garments, which okay, let me start from the beginning. He wishes to attach himself to the people, but instead he only catches hold of the outer garments, and these outer garments are merely the reflection of a hidden life, teeming and perpetually in motion. That extremely obvious objectivity which seems to characterize people is in fact only inert, already forsaken, an already forsaken result of frequent and not always coherent adaptations of a much more fundamental substance with which itself is continuing. Basically, what the native intellectual is coming to see, what you see in African culture, what he sees, or what somebody who is trying to reattach himself to African culture, what he sees is the past. It's like for those who like astronomy, when you see maybe when these guys who use telescopes, they see a planet maybe a couple of light years away. What they are really seeing is the past. They're not really capturing what's happening now. That's what that what you're seeing is the past, that it's already past and the people are already moved. So what you're capturing is the coattails or the garments. Basically, that was the perspective of Frantz Fanon when talking about the native intellectual trying to catch up with African culture. So what he sees is just particularism. And I see this a lot. Even Obama is guilty of this. In his speech, you might think, oh, I don't know, maybe that's that was the past, now is different, maybe, I don't know, but what he says is that, let me see, where was I, the man of culture, instead of setting out to find this substance, will let himself be hypnotized by these mummified fragments, with which, because they are static, are in fact symbols of negation and outworn contrivances. Now, this is where this is to those who talk about African culture, like we should go back to the past, like, oh, Africans used to do like this is not African culture. Or when somebody says that this is not African culture, and they talk about conservative views, or they talk about what is it, African systems of government, even African naming systems. I don't think we name people these days according to I don't know. I don't think names, although I think in rural Africa, they think maybe this system is continuing, but maybe in the city, people are not given names. People are given names for different reasons, no longer the same reasons that they used to be given. So I feel like people tend to coach. Yeah, I agree with Franz Fanon that sometimes you might think that you know African culture or you know the current culture, but really you're just hanging on to the coattails. You're hanging on to the garments of African culture. That African culture is so dynamic, or it's still it's always moving. There's always something new every day. There's always something new happening. That what you think you know about African culture might be just like, oh yeah, we got past that a while back. It's not the same now. I think that's what he's trying to say. But you might be hypnotized by that past event or past perspective, that you forget, or maybe because they are static or symbolic, that culture has never been just static, basically, and it abhors simplification. So those who simplify African culture say, oh, no, and I'm also guilty of this. That we were just chill people. There are those who, we talked about it yesterday with we argued about this with Oni, of the pro-black perspective, that for those who fantasize about the African monarchies or those systems of governance, those are the past. Even me, who fantasizes about the previous time related systems of government, those are the past. Now Africa is capitalist. Okay, not all Africa. There are those who are, but my part of Africa, this side of Africa, is capitalist. And sometimes, if I fall into this fantasy of the past too much, I forget the reality of the ground, and the reality of the culture today. And I forget to, and that also leads to me to be out of touch. So let me continue. Culture has never been custom. It abhors simplification. In its essence, it is opposed to custom. For custom is always a deterioration of culture. Okay. This is why Franz Fanon does not mince words. He goes for the jugular. The desire to attach oneself to tradition, or to bring abandoned traditions to life again, does not only mean going against the current of history, but also opposing one's own people. So that's a tough pill to swallow. When a people undertakes an armed struggle or even a political struggle against relentless colonialism, the significance of tradition changes. All that has made up the technique of passive resistance in the past may, during this phase, be radically condemned. In an underdeveloped country, during the periods of struggle, traditions are fundamentally unstable and are shot through by centrifugal tendencies. This is why the intellectual often runs the risk of being out of date. The people who have carried on the struggle are more and more impervious to the demagogy. Yeah, oh yeah, it's talking about monarchy. And those who wish to follow them reveal themselves as nothing more than common opportunists. In other words, latecomers. This guy doesn't mince words, but he's talking about like the importance of acknowledging the culture of Africa today. Like we dwell too much in the past, but do you kind of acknowledge what's happening today, the culture of Africa today? Do you acknowledge and appreciate it? Do you understand where it's come from and where it's going? That's something, so that sometimes we fantasize. Like I said, I'm also guilty of this sometimes, like when we talk about marriage, especially marriage, people talk, the marriage of the past is not the marriage of today. The marriage of today is not the same. And if you live in the past, you're going to be out of touch, and you're going to be in for a rude awakening. So sometimes you have to acknowledge the situation of today and accept that, okay, marriage of the past is not the same type of thing. So you're going to have to adapt instead of leaving your marriage. And this is where I think men also need to understand this, that the women of the past are not the women of today. Whether or not you like it or not, you look for that woman who looks like as if she's from the past. Trust me, she's going to change up on you. She's going to modernize on you, my brother. So I've seen there's this trending woman right now who this guy took a village woman to America. This Kenyan brother, he took a village woman to America thinking the past. And he got the police called up on him by his own village. He didn't think the wife would wisen up. Now, the wife called the police on him, bro. Called the police on him on a charge of, I don't know what crazy charge it was. But now he's like, hey, oh my God. He miscalculated. So this is what I'm talking about. This perception of the past is dangerous. This living in the past is not. I think we should acknowledge the past. We should appreciate the past. I'm not saying we should not know our history. Even the speech you just saw from former President Obama, he gave that acknowledgement that it's good to know where we come from. It's always important to know where we come from. But it's also as important. He didn't say that, but I'm going to add this. It's also as important to know where we are. Like really, really know where we are and appreciate where we've come from and where we are right now. And, see the future as something that we are going towards, not something we're going back to. That's a huge era, and you're going to fight. You're fighting forces that you cannot win against. If you still fantasize about history or going back to the past, you're fighting natural forces that you will never win. Again, and you're just going to set yourself up you're setting yourself up for frustration, really. So yeah, I think I'm done here with this topic. Yeah, she's going to. Yeah, if my brothers, this is a warning to my brothers, thinking that you feel like you've taken a village girl who is to you in your perspective, she's back on time. She's going to modernize on you, my brother, and you're not going to enjoy it, bro. You're going to remain in the past while she goes to the future, because the future is positive for her. So yeah, I think let's see. For those, I thought I dropped the link, but it's like I didn't. But for those who feel like your culture has not been represented, I think I dropped the link. Let me see if I didn't. It's like I didn't. But for those who feel like your culture has not been represented, there is a link. You can come here and represent your culture. As I continue towards one thing we need to accept, actually, is that colonialism and our fight for freedom is a significant. There are those also who don't like talk about the things that African picked up from colonialism. Like people, anything that there are those who believe that anything that we picked up from colonialism is bad. It should be discarded. There are those. I know there are those who believe that, and there are many, including I used to do that too. I'm not innocent of this. But there are those who believe that anything we picked up from colonialism should be discarded. Oh, we have we have Tanzania. I didn't think anybody will come.
Kidogo tu, sitakawia lakini
Hakuna shida.
nakuja tu kusupport, kusema hello, hivyo tu. Oh, so yes, I was saying that I just came to briefly to say hello and support and all that good stuff. But yeah, it was a fascinating insight into the whole idea of culture and naming and passing on tradition and so on. And like I said, we pass on tradition directly from one generation to another. That includes the knowledge and the information, and it starts with the naming. So our language was passed on directly, and we did not need a written script. Now, well, whether we need it or not, that's another discussion. But for our purposes, we didn't need to write down, things in order to pass them down. So they usually just passed it directly, from father to son. They passed information. The information was in the person, in the individual. So you carried your information, just by, being yourself. Your name would tell somebody what, your age was. The markings on your face will tell people what you had gone through, or what your place in society was. So there's all these different markings that you just had to look at the people to see. But if you don't know what they meant, you wouldn't really know. So that was the whole tribe, that it's knowledge that is kept within. That's the real, vibranium, if they want to speak of it that way, something that is kept within, a certain people, that only they get, only they have access to it. It's not that they're keeping it from everybody else. It's just that, it's part of who you are, to have that knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I agree with you. I agree that yeah. I don't think here's something I also just learned actually just right now by reading from Franz Fanon. Every time I read, I just get something new. But when you say that we didn't need to do it, yeah, we didn't need to write when at that point, because we had our own systems. But when the need to write came, we began writing. That's something also we need to. I think that's something we need to accept when it comes to culture. When the need to write came, we began writing. That's something we need to also accept.
I happily, concede that, because the aspect that yesterday I don't know whether I was talking to myself then or you joined, when I was saying that the people think that traditional culture is steeped in stone, but it's actually, the way you carry your past, your tradition, your place in society is the same way that the people carry, the next generation forward. So it's up to every new generation to redefine itself based on the old and based on, the future. So yeah, for us at that time, we didn't need, to write, but when we had that, the traditional culture is actually the most adaptable culture. We can take on, this new invention quite easily, and it becomes, we make it ours. There's some things that culture is imposed, and there's some things that culture imposes itself on. So we impose our African culture on this new necessity of writing and keeping records. So that's why I was also saying that now the next task is to digitize that information. We have written it down, but as we all know, nowadays writing is a very limited form of even passing information. So our old form of passing information directly, that one has been almost diminished by by modernity. So the next aspect of it is preserving it. It's not just so much passing it, but also preserving it. And the best way to do it right now, writing is good, but the next aspect of it is digitally preserving it for the future. And that, I think, is what the next generation of the young Africans are going to do, collecting information, saving it from both taking that information that was in the bodies, in the minds of the elders, in the minds of, the people who are in the know, and then putting it, recording it, and then putting it, making it available for, for everybody else. So that might be, the next stage of it. The writing was also, an important aspect, and I think that we should also start seeing how we can use the next aspect of human civilization. Yeah, shoot.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. So, what do you think about? Let me ask another. What do you think about the people who say that? Maybe even you're one of them. I used to be one of them. I'm not gonna lie. People who say that the things that we got from colonization we should just completely discard. Like,
Well, I don't think anybody holds such an extreme position. I think that, the most radical of those is the people who say reject the principles of modernity, of, westernization, of colonialism and all that, which was a degradation of the African culture. It was this aspect that in order for you to admire what was West, you had to put down what was, inherent within you. So that's the part that they decry, that you don't need to, reject who you are in order to use, this other new aspect. So that's all they were saying. Now the other opposite of it is, oh, let's, take away, let's not even study anything that they have done, let's reject everything, their science, their religion. Now you have to look at all this. The important thing is having a critical mind. Just like being critical with tradition and culture and all that, our culture, we also have to be critical with theirs. We cannot just simply accept everything that they tell us as good for us, because when you look at something, what is goodness? There's no such thing. It's good for who? So if we take something from them, we say, is this thing good for us? And that's how we also always supposed to look at things, not whether, oh, should we reject it or accept it? It's always with the principle that what is good for us, not what is just, good by itself. So even when we take science, we say, this science, yes, it's good, it's true, let's study it, but what are we going to do with it? What is it, what good is it going to do for us? Not so much as, oh, it's a European concept, so let's accept or reject it. Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with yeah, what you're saying. Actually, this thing I've put here. What is I'm actually typing what is African culture. Let me see if I can. Let me type it faster. But this thing I've posted here on the screen is one of the reasons why, like the dynamic nature of African culture, even through colonization, what we learned from colonization. So this guy argues, I think we talked about, I put him yesterday, Taiwo argues that even what we learned from colonization is African culture. So, like even what we learned from colonization is African culture. If we learn to read and write from colonization, now that reading and writing is now African culture, because and I'm going to actually talk about this even now. We are now in the second half, by the way, guys. And I said it, like African identity is a long topic, but Olufemi Taiwo fiercely rejects the indiscriminate application of decolonization to everything from literature, language, philosophy to sociology, psychology, and medicine. He argues that the decolonization industry is obsessed with cataloging wrongs, which is seriously harming scholarship in and out of Africa. He defines decolonization of culture intellectually unsound and wholly unrealistic, conflating modernity with coloniality, and groundlessly advocating for an open-ended undoing of global society foundation. So I think he's attacking those who are, now this is common by the Tanzan, he's attacking those who are, who want to change the global system. Like, oh, we shouldn't even try to conform to the global, we should try to change it. Or have our own system. Those are, have our own system that is separate from the global system, and he says that that is wrong. You know, what do you
Me,
think?
I would say not whether about control, change, or whatever before you do something. I would say that your first duty is to understand it. You know, if you're going to go into a subject, any subject, this is not just the overarching, other. It's just when you go into any subject, your first duty is to understand it. So if you want to say whether you want to conform, whether you want to rebel, whether you want to, find your comfortable niche, you're supposed to understand it. That's the most that you can do. And yes, I am for understanding African culture as well, but I say that you're supposed to do both. The African culture will give you a base of, what could be, how, the alternative system was, but you still have to understand the system that you're in. You cannot simply pretend that, we can live in our own, bubble of what should be. So yeah, I think that whatever intention that you have, you should go and understand it first and foremost. You should understand what, philosophical basis, what, economical ideas, even, what religious, spiritual, whatever aspect of it you wish to look at it from, you should go and try to understand it. So I think that a lot of people, they simply reject it outright, and they have a hostility towards that, knowledge and information. Or sometimes people just think, oh, if I go do that, I might be, wrapped up in and forget myself. Just, they came out and they studied us. These people sent, missionaries, explorers. Now they're sending, this charity, whatever. They come and study us all the time, and we don't do the same. And that's going to be to, our detriment. So even Fanon, he based a lot of his, studies on, the European philosophers. So yeah, you can study him, but you should also go to the source of his, um, material, and say, this is his interpretation of it. Why did he see it this way? Because one man's interpretation is not always the last word, and it never ends. One person can see it one way and somebody can see it another way, but at least he had the intellectual integrity to go and study and actually wrestle with the difficult subjects that had been laying in philosophy at the time. So yeah.
Yeah, but Tanzania umenotice umenotice nikiweka video watu wanakuja, nikiweka tu kitabu hapa wewe.
Hey, wanakimbia. Watu wapendi hizi mambo za kusoma. Hadi sasa tunafanya homework. Anatupatia assignment.
Ati niweke tu kitabu wewe, watu kaa nusu wameenda. Niweke tu video hapa nianze wote wanarudi wote.
Wanaanza kudance.
Haina noma, wale wamebaki pia wamejua tu hivi stuff tumesema, but in the sense, yeah, they have accepted that okay, kuna hiyo, there is also, yeah, the aspect of learning. I think even his story, I think you're just agreeing with him, or you're agreeing with him that, yeah, you should allow scholars to learn from new ideas and get new ideas from the globe and see how those ideas can help Africa. Or yeah, like basically you shouldn't fight those new ideas, in which by the way, I feel like I'm guilty of doing that by the a lot of the time. Like, that's not African, that's not African. Now, but this guy is saying, nah, man, like, we should always be open to new ideas, new innovations, new all that, not classifying or cataloging wrongs, like, oh, because it comes from the mzungu, it's like now, oh, you can't listen.
Chill. Unajua watu wanaogopa ukienda ukadeal nao, saa we ni hao, nasema hey, wanakuja hawatuogopi, na sisi unafikiria ati ukispend 2 hours kwa unasoma sijui nini utakuwa kaa hao. Hey, kuwa na some fortitude, unajua
Yeah.
kwenda alafu unajisahau hivyo.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're pia naelewa. I actually agree with I agree with you that yeah, sometimes we should also like yeah, basically what you're saying, embracing new ideas from the world. But sometimes even me, I'm guilty. Maybe as I continue to read, I'm going to just be condemning myself. But the nini, I'm also critic when we now start claiming that you can read from which I'm okay with reading Western culture, Western philosophies. But now when you start claiming that Africa had no, you know, had no philosophies or had no all this nini, like claiming that Africa we didn't have these things or we didn't have this type of structures or complexities into our societies, that we were just in the Garden of Eden running naked, without a care in the world, nothing, knowing nothing. I feel like now there is where it's like, okay, it's okay to learn new ideas, but now let us not blanket our own history and not, into some sort of
But
perspective
can we
that
at least say that we didn't have, a written script? Can we start with that? For the most
no.
part, let's say. Mhm.
Yeah, obviously we didn't have with okay, like I've accepted that when it comes to written script, I've said yeah, we didn't have it because we had our own other system. Like I've just systems of dating, systems of learning about history, systems of learning crafts, and depending on what activity you are doing, there was the apprenticeship. They call it the informal. These terms that even in our own education systems that we are using, that are conditioning us to see ourselves as inferior, like informal education systems. What does that even mean?
Did we have classrooms?
No, no. I'm not saying we didn't have classroom, but we had apprenticeships, right? We had those who knew how to okay, I don't medicine. Yeah, we had medicine men.
Okay, let me ask another one.
We had medicine men. We had
Did we have
fishermen.
education?
Yeah, we had education. They just called
Okay,
it informal education. They called it in.
okay. Okay. So if education is defined as, the transmission of knowledge in a setting, in a classroom-like settings, then we didn't have education, right?
I don't think education is the transmission of knowledge in a classroom, right? I don't think that's is that the
No, I'm
definition
just
of
saying if
education?
it's defined that way, then that
Yeah,
we didn't
yeah,
have it.
but it's not
If
defined that
I
way.
haven't said it's true or not, I just said as a premise, if that's how it's defined, right?
Yeah, but it's not defined that way. It's like,
No,
but
I'm not saying it is. This is a hypothetical. That's what it does. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying if it was, then we wouldn't have it.
yeah.
Yes, if a classroom setting was required for education, then we didn't have education.
But you're going
Yeah,
to have to,
just say
if you're
yes. If the
defining a
if
classroom,
part,
you're
I'm
going to
not
have to
saying that
define
it
classrooms
was.
also.
Hmm?
You're going to have to define classrooms because some people, if
Okay,
it's
if
under a
that.
tree, is that a classroom?
No, not technically. It's four walls inside with desks and chairs, written materials, pencil and papers, a blackboard in front where the teacher writes and the students copy the information.
But now, then, what about online education? Then is that now not education because there is no
Well, the
that.
teacher is still presenting information and the children are still sitting at the desk taking the information. It's just that they're not in the same room anymore, but they're
So
still within the
basically,
four
if
walls
the
of a
information
classroom.
is taken in written form
Hmm?
from somebody, so if the information is taken in written form from
Yes,
somebody who is
yes,
dictating,
yes.
that that is now what you're claiming to be education.
No, I'm saying if that is the definition of education, that's what it would be. So we didn't have a written system, we didn't have classrooms, we didn't have all of these things. But you're claiming that, but you're saying that we still have an education, right?
Yeah, but you see, already that you began with a false premise that education needs to be dictated and somebody writing down what is being dictated.
Okay. So let's start with the when philosophy. How for you would you define philosophy?
Let me Google it because
No, don't Google it. No. Let's not Google it now. Just saying in your own head, and then we can Google it later. Just what comes to your mind when you think about philosophy?
okay, philosophy to me is the principles or guiding principles in which which describes which so seek to explain the ways in which people behave.
Okay, and how did we seek to explain the way people behave in African culture or tradition?
How did we seek? How did we?
How
How did
did
we seek?
we seek to explain how people behaved?
Well, that's diverse. That's diverse because each tribe has its
Yeah,
own
just pick one. Just
behavior,
pick a
and each
general
tribe
one.
had its
Any
own
will.
philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, any will do.
Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Uh, uh, okay. Let me see the one that I can defend. uh, okay. Chovya humaliza buyu la asali. That's a Swahili proverb, right? Like taking slowly will finish the honey, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that explains what is it? What does that explain?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Okay, that explains. Well, okay, that if you see people who are I'm looking for the words. Is it saving? Is it savings or preservation? Or yeah, when like discipline. Yeah, that's the word. That's the word. It explains that's a Swahili proverb that is meant to push discipline.
Yeah,
How
it's
about, how
pushing
about
it. It doesn't explain it. It's more
It explains.
advising.
It explains. Now, in that society, somebody who is disciplined, he will use this proverb to explain his discipline. Like it's the same as haba na haba hujaza kibaba, right? Chovya chovya umaliza buyu la asali, meaning that what you consume, you need to be consuming it wisely. So, or what you do adds up to something of value, right? So both are going to, if somebody is both explain a specific behavior towards, maybe let's say somebody, let's just put it literal. Somebody has a bucket of honey, right? He knows that if I take this today, I take this tomorrow, I continue, or I take it today and then in another minute I come and take it, another minute it will finish. It will finish, right? Even in fact, oh my god, oh my God. Now I just saw something in just a few hours ago. I don't know. It was about a game called God of War. For those who are gamers, you know God of War.
Yeah, we know God
Ragnarok.
of War with the guy with the streak across his face and back. Yeah.
Actually saw this in practice.
The new one or
And
the old one? Because they aged him
the
up
new
for
one,
the
the
older
new
one.
one, the Ragnarok,
Okay.
the latest
Okay.
one, Ragnarok. So
Okay.
you see, they were explaining the philosophy behind one of these dwarfs guy. I've forgotten the name of the dwarf, but the dwarf guy. If you've played the game, there was this dwarf guy
Is
who,
that the guy who creates the metal
yeah,
tools
yeah, yeah,
and stuff?
yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. If you play the game, in the end of the day, in the end of the game, his character completely, his character changes, right? Not
Mm-hmm.
because. Because he gave his all to that guy Kratos and his son. He gave his all. He gave everything he could give to the point that he could give no more, and now he has become hollow, a stump. So, and that's a, and they were explaining it into some sort of Greek philosophy who talked about a stump. They called it. I don't know if maybe Tanzania know I don't know. I didn't catch that part. That maybe the philosophy of a stump. I don't know what that means. Maybe you are aware, but to me it's like, oh yeah, chovya humaliza bro. So what he gave his all. Every time whatever he could give, he gave to Kratos and his son, to the point that he was emotionally depleted and psychologically depleted, to the point now he's just a stump. He's hollow, and he doesn't, his character has now changed. So yeah, that, you see, that is very interesting. Now I have explained it. If I was if I was like a TikToker or a YouTuber, I will have explained in African philosophy, right? In a perspective of African philosophy, and people will like, oh yeah, that's why it's African philosophy, and it will pass as African philosophy, will it not?
No, and the reason for that is all those proverbs and wisdom and sayings are simply prescriptive aphorism. It's simply telling you some result of somebody's experience and their wisdom summary of it. So they say, he who goes first goes best, or whatever. They're simply telling you their wisdom, and like we said, somebody else can say something different, and your interpretation of it could be very different. But at the end of the day, it's something that is a should. It's a prescriptive term, not a why, which is what philosophy, as we said, is. It seeks to explain something. It doesn't tell you why somebody would do that. It just tells you that this
But it
person,
does tell you
if
why.
you do
It does
this,
tell you
this
why.
is. No, it
It
does
does
not.
tell you why. Okay,
That
okay.
the why
Look
is
at the
for you to
statement. Look at the
interpret, and you
statement.
have done so. And your interpretation, that's where the philosophy comes in. But we didn't have that interpretation. You took the saying and you understood it, and then you applied it. So it was more of an applicable, summary, description. Not even a description, summary. Advice. It was more of an advice than an explanation. They wouldn't tell you that, oh, like kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba, little by little you fill the pot. Yes, it's
Okay, but okay, let's say this. If you did Swahili, right? When you read about these proverbs, did you just read them, or was there an interpretation to it? Like
well,
every proverb came with
there
a
was
text.
an interpretation, but it's a
So
personal interpretation. But
it was not
philosophy is
personal.
something that seeks to
Otherwise, these are
generalize.
just okay. If
Mhm.
it was a personal interpretation, then these are just random words. So like it would be so weird for
No, it's
somebody to
not
just
random.
say
See,
randomly.
that's the thing. You take it to the whole level, like, oh, either we had philosophy or we were dumb. That's the thing. That it's not
No,
that
no, no, no.
philosophy
I'm not
is
saying that we were
okay,
okay.
but that okay. I know. I'm not. I'm saying. I'm just making a strawman of your strawman argument. But to say that, just like with the written system, we can say, if you define education as, requiring written was, and, and pens and paper, and being able to copy information from one person to another, and that also applies to the online and digital version, is still somebody giving knowledge, and you have to copy it and cram it and be able to, regurgitate it. That's the essence of education today, or what we consider it as such in all categories. But if you have a different system where education is not just necessarily that, but an application of both, social, economic, and other function, then it ceases to be just education. Right now is more of almost like a purely intellectual exercise. Whereas, in our practice of it, it was woven into different fabrics, not just of learning, but also with your, relations to other people and your family and all these things. So it could not be separated from the rest of life. So it's not that we didn't have education, we just don't have it in the sense that it is now. It's not that we didn't have philosophy, we just don't have it in the sense that we have now. Or even that whole interpretation of things, when we took issues and broke them down and took a proverb, that's also another, westernization. That's what, writing about, book analysis. First you write a book, then now you break it down, and everybody has different interpretations of it. But in our tradition, because knowledge was direct, you simply took it. If somebody told you that proverb, you simply took it, and it was contextual. It was something that was related to you, what you're going through. You didn't have to make up a story to show, that, if somebody tells you, if you're running too fast and you tripped, and then they'll tell you, haraka haraka, whatever. So that it was contextual in that aspect. So when we take it and then we break it down and we make children write, endless, insha's and compositions about it, that's also another, Western culture, which, we can take and leave as, we like, but that's also not, that's not what we used to do. It was used to apply to certain situations, and you take it and you take the advice and you apply it as you wish. It was simply take it or leave it, interpret it as you will, and then apply it. But it wasn't something that was meant to have one, abstract definition to it. You simply apply it. So it's not that we didn't have philosophy. It was just that wisdom was also a part of life and contextualized within it. So for me, I would say we didn't have philosophy. We learned how to philosophize after we got, in touch with, writing systems, with, Western cultures and all that. I don't say that we cannot make it part of our tradition, but I'm saying that we didn't have it before.
Okay, you see, this is the thing though. Like, so you're telling me the writing, you when you write an insha, when you wrote an insha, or and you use the proverb, right? You are encouraged to use proverbs, right? Why would you use a proverb in an insha if not? And I think, okay, first of all,
No,
I
no, no, no.
think,
Before you do that, and I'm sorry because I don't have too much time, but before you do that, in an oral tradition, those proverbs were before they were written down, they were oral sayings, right?
no, before they're written that they have, okay, they've always been. I think, first of all,
Yes, they've always
there
been
is
even before we had
there is a
written systems,
discrimination. In
correct?
fact, in fact, you have highlighted that discrimination when it comes to African African philosophy and Western philosophy. That when it comes when there are proverbs in Western philosophy, they are called philosophy. In the West, proverbs are called philosophy. But in now in Africa, they're called proverbs. They are called proverbs and
I'm
sayings.
saying that proverbs are not philosophy, but in any case, before they were written down, before we could write down in inshas and all that, and before those things were compiled in, the book of Medali, they were handed down wisdom from passed down by word of mouth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Okay.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
how it started. No,
Okay.
no, no, no. Okay,
Yeah.
no, no, no. I'm building up to just one thing. So
Okay.
when they were passed down, let's say, the grandfather would tell the grandchild, haraka haraka haina baraka. That for the other people, hurry hurry has no blessings. So basically they were telling the child, slow down, because if you go too fast, you might, mess up your blessings. So basically that's the whole, context. And it was usually in the context that, let's just give a scenario, maybe the child was running too fast and then, they fell down or they dropped their food on the floor, something like that. And then they'll tell, haraka haraka haina baraka. But can you imagine if, the grandfather came and told the child, okay, child, haraka haraka haina baraka. What do you think that means? Do you think in an oral, just speaking, not writing, just speaking, you think that your teacher, your mentor, your brother, your older brother, your father would come and tell you, ah, haraka haraka haina baraka. Explain what that means. And then you'd sit there and say, well, father, haraka haraka means that, and make up a story about it. That, for example, blah, blah, blah. No. So in this
Yeah.
new
I
context, we're
believe they.
asking the child to describe, the proverb, instead of the proverb being used in context of a particular situation. So that's why I say philosophy is something that abstracts things. You take something that is a hypothetical, you abstract it, and then you come up with, your sort of solution. But a medallion or a proverb is something that is you observe a particular situation and then you summarize that, and then for future similar situations you're going to apply that that wisdom to that, and it's going to be context dependent. Whereas philosophy can have no little or no context to reality or to it, to morality as well. So yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Now. Yeah, okay. Now, first of all, okay, let me go with the most recent thing you said. That, yeah, I think a father or a elder, or what they will call amhenga or wahenga. Yeah, that is how you teach children, right? By testing their memory. Just because they didn't write things does not mean that African children were not tested in memory. I think that's not true. I think African children were tested in memory. That's
No,
how
no,
you
no, no,
teach
no,
them.
no, no. Sorry to interrupt, please. I'm not saying that they were not tested on memory. I'm saying that it was the adult who was explaining to the child what the proverb meant. They were not asking the child to explain what the proverb meant. They were
But
using it to.
isn't that that's the process of teaching, isn't it? That you explain what the proverb meant,
Yes, but you don't
then
expect the child. Okay, go ahead.
when you explain what the proverb meant, then you test the child's memory and understanding of the proverb by asking them, maybe in later or even just at the moment, just to know that they have understood. What does the proverb? I think this is teaching. This is just basically education to me. Africa, and this to say that Africans did not test the memory of their children, then we would not have survived in this.
No, 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 no. See, you're still saying that, testing. It's not about testing the memory. I'm saying this, that writing an insha is you. It's not even testing memory. It's you being told this is the summary. Expound on it. That was no. You cannot. You can only do that with a written work. You cannot do that in person. An older person, our mhenga cannot come to you and say, haraka haraka haina baraka. Explain. No, and even after they have explained to you, they're not just going to come up to you and do that. They're going to apply it contextually. So this was something that is a great deal of difference between philosophy um, and wisdom, or the transmission of knowledge. Even how it's transmitted is conceptually very different from how we Africans transmitted knowledge. It was not from the child to the adult, which is what an insha is. It was the other way down. And it was not simply, an insha is not a test of memory at all. You're given something and you're supposed to make up something. You actually, a test of imagination, not of memory.
Yeah. Okay. Now. Okay. First. Okay. Insha. Now. First, yeah. Insha is just an example of modern African culture, right? Let's go back
Yes,
to
yes, modern.
let's. But me, I'm saying that this modern African culture of insha is actually has roots from pre-colonial African culture. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that these proverbs that are used in modern African culture, metali, they are not as more they are not they have roots as they have roots to pre-colonial Africa. And when I say each tribe actually has its own specific set of proverbs. Okay, let me now build my. Each tribe has its own specific set of proverbs. Is this true?
Yeah, of
Or do
course.
you feel it? Yeah, it's true, right? So as each tribe has its own specific set of proverbs or methali, where the reasons why does what's the purpose of a proverb? Why would you tell a child haraka haraka ina baraka or habana haba? Okay, let me just give you the one I like. Habana haba hujaza kibaba. Like
To teach the child.
yeah,
It's not for the child to teach you. It's for you, and then be graded. It's for you
but
to teach the
see,
child.
yeah, exactly, to teach the child, right? When you
Yes.
tell a child that, for those who don't speak Swahili, to tell a child haba na haba hujaza kibaba, what is the Swahili English translation?
Little
Uh,
by little, you fill up the pot.
yeah, little by little you will fill up the pot, right? The, when you tell a child little by little you will fill up the pot, what does that mean? That means that every effort you put, maybe even in life, like every effort you put in life, you will and there are many, and first of all, it's that there are many contexts in which this thing will apply. It's not just that part there, but let me just give one context. Maybe every effort maybe you put in life, it will eventually add up to something, right? So when you say that to a child, are you not teaching that child a philosophy, or when the child, especially because there are people who say philosophy is what is it? Is the mental health, or is the hospital to the mind, right? So when you teach it, when the child is going through hardship, and or when going through, which is natural in anybody's life, whether you live in pre-colonial Africa or post-colonial Africa, hardship is just part of life, human nature, human life, right? So when a child is going through hard, and you feel little by little, and this they go back to this and say, okay, and they put it in their context, and now and it encourages them to continue to push forward. You know, are you that to me is a philosophy. There is no, I don't understand how that cannot be philosophy, because it has triggered an action, or it has triggered a behavior. And it has become a reason behind that behavior. It has become an explanation. When you ask the child, "Why I'm doing? Why do you continue to do this? Or why do you and they say no. Little by little, the pot will fill. The pot will fill up. So that to me is a philosophy, because now he has used that proverb to explain his actions, or to explain his behavior, or his persistence in something. So now
Because
yeah.
philosophy is not so much, it's not about action or reflective action. It's simply
No,
about thinking
behavior.
and thinking abstractly. It doesn't have to lead to, even in that whole set statement about, oh, little by little, that's good, solid advice. It's good, and people should take that into consideration. But a philosopher will firstly ask, why should you fill up the pot? What good is filling up the pot? What is goodness? Who is prescribing this filling up the pot thing? Are you looking at it from an optimistic or a pessimistic view? Is the pot half full or half empty? What do you do if what is the meaning of the pot? That is what philosophy is. Africans did not
That is
spend their
modern
time.
philosophy. That is
But no,
modern
no, 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 no,
philosophy.
no, no. Do not say modern philosophy. This started from where do you think philosophy comes from? Well, let's just start with that. What are the origins of philosophy?
Are you talking about the European origins of philosophy?
Any, just tell me any.
To me, origins of philosophy is first of all observation.
Okay, so who's the first philosopher, would you say?
Uh, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Okay, if you look at maybe the first modern philosopher, like it's like the same. It's like saying who is the first economist. You
Okay,
people
well,
will
just
know.
say one. Let's just have a starting point. Let's just go with one.
But or it's like saying who is the first mathematician. It's really
Okay.
not.
Yeah, well, you can go back,
These are things that are
there was
primitive.
Euler. You can
Huh?
go back to, I think, was, some pharaonic guy. Yeah, you can go
You will
first,
go back to you will go back to a
first.
European, but we both
Okay,
know
well,
that
then
Egypt
name
was.
an African one then. Let's just name one. Let's name an African one then.
No, no, no. You see, that's the point. That's the point. Because because Europeans could use the system right now, where they say, even in the beginning of this stream, there was the person Mika was saying in that video I showed about Mika talking about Europeans saying that they discovered Africa. So when you say who discovered Africa, you're going to find that in the records it's going to be a European, right? But that's not true. It's a very difficult. It's Africans who discovered Africa. So if you tell me the first philosopher, I'll say the first African philosopher is an African philosopher. I cannot tell you his name because I don't see, there is no record of his name, right? But
Well, they defined what philosophy is, and they can tell you exactly who the first philosophers are, and you can look it up. And yeah,
no,
if you
no,
cannot come
okay,
up with
okay.
something more
I've
than,
read up
oh, I
on.
feel
I've
that
read
the
up
first.
on. Okay, I've
So
read up on philosophies of Stoicism.
yeah,
I'm familiar
great.
with that type of
Yeah,
philosophy.
so you
Yeah,
can say
it's
so
considered a philosophy,
ancient.
right? It's
Yeah,
considered a
so
philosophy.
at least, okay, so let's start there. So the Greek were the first philosophers, and
No, no, no,
then
no, 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 no. That's not true. That's not true, though. It's like
okay,
they
in
also, even that
written
the
history,
first
it's not just
European
the modern
philosophers.
history, because all we have to go by is written, and since we didn't write anything, guess what? We have to go by what they wrote until we
Yeah, yeah.
start writing,
But
which
you
we
see,
were
yeah,
late
no,
to the game
no.
in.
Okay. So, but then we have to be accurate then, because you say, okay, those are the first written philosophers. Let's now. Those are
Well,
the first.
I would say this. No, I'll continue this. There is no philosophy outside of writing. Philosophy begins after writing, because you cannot just philosophize in your head and then pass that philosophy. You can have, oral, arguments and oral discussions, which is what we did in most African society. They had discussions, they had, conversations, they talked, they had, they could come to a conclusion in the discussion without having a written statement. And that's why I'm saying that writing is not just about writing, it also changes the entire, transmission of information. And we did not transmit information that way. So we could not have come up with philosophy, which requires something to be written down and then added on top of that. So it's not just experience. What we pass orally, all you can pass orally is your experience. You cannot pass more than that. You cannot take, the words of somebody else, except if somebody else has spoken to you. So that's the limitation of your experience. When you start writing, then now you can broaden your range of information, and you can refer to all these people that you've never met and died before you lived, and now you can build your thinking and your logic upon that. But you cannot just do that in your head and then pass it on to somebody. So our knowledge and passing of information was only required for that context. This was not an abstract thing which philosophy requires, and abstraction requires writing.
Okay, so now can I yeah, actually, according to now I'm going to have to counter you with a European a European philosopher, Socrates. So he says that there are 5 types of art, right? And he says that the fourth art, he said, that is which one usually the most hard to he calls it theoretical knowledge. Like and when it talks about theoretical knowledge, is that you can have theoretical knowledge in your mind. It doesn't have to be written. It's like it can still remain in your. In fact, that's what he defines it. This is the art that exists only in your mind. So philosophy, it doesn't start when you write. It starts in your mind. So
and he was wrong about that, because why? Because his knowledge and information only survives because Plato and Aristotle wrote down his sayings. That's what I said. The people who start the information are not the people who actually. Philosophy is not just about the passing down of knowledge and information. That's why Jesus Christ never wrote anything, but other people after him did, and that's what created religion. So what he was preaching was different from what. Let me finish, because religion requires, just like philosophy, it requires a written word. That's the most important thing. So you cannot have philosophy, religion, and all these things without a written word. We did not have that. So what I'm saying is this: it's not the people who start it, it's the people who continue it. And philosophy is a continuation of the accumulation of written knowledge or information, whereas culture, how oral culture is the transmission through direct knowledge through one person to another. So that information is within a person's brain, but it's only limited to that. Once he starts to write it down and he gives something outside of himself where he does not need to be there physically, then that becomes a philosophy. Socrates, was not a philosopher. He was, the pre-philosopher. And it was the rest of them, Plato and Aristotle, who took his wisdom, his proverbs, his, conversations with people, his natural conversations with people, and then they took that and they made a philosophy out of it.
Wait a minute.
Let me give you another example. Just like, let's say, all these so-called founders of religion, they did not write anything down. That goes for, all the founders of the religions. They simply taught, the what they saw as moral or religious precepts is the people who founded religions out of their teachings. They did not sit down and write down, oh, this is the religion I'm going to follow. These are the things that you need to do. It was other people who took down their knowledge, their wisdom, their proverbs, their observations, their experiences, and put them and made a religion out of them, because it became a written word. Once something is written, it becomes a religion, a philosophy, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Like I know it's very. I don't understand how you can say these things. Like, how is it that Socrates is not a philosopher? That the person who wrote down what Socrates says is the actual philosopher.
Because it's about the preservation and the transmission. That's what I'm trying to get to you to see.
Okay,
If
no,
once you just when you
here's the
transmit
thing.
something orally, firstly it's contextual. When Socrates was talking, he was not talking to a bunch of people 20,000 years into the future. He was talking to the youth of Athens. He was having a discussion with them, and what he was talking about was something that applied to them in particular and met their current needs at the time. That's why wisdom is immediate. Philosophy, what Plato did, what he universalized the teachings of Socrates. He said these are the universal system, the forms, the ultimate, and so on. So that is philosophy, and he did that not by transmitting, by talking to other people. It was by writing it down. So once you see the importance of writing, the importance of putting things
But you
down,
see,
that is
but
what
you, okay,
separates
no,
philosophy
no,
from
you
regular
see,
wisdom and religion from simply, teaching about, an aspect of spirituality or life or whatever, yeah.
okay,
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 but
but you see,
I have like 5 more minutes and then I have to get going. We might
okay,
have to
okay,
continue the conversation, but yeah. So
okay.
go ahead.
Let me say something. Let me say, okay. You've spoken now, so let me just say something. Okay, I don't. First of all, I don't agree that. To me, writing is just a medium of communication, same way as speech, same way as telephone, same way as sign language and smoke language. Same way as code. Like Morse code. You can even use it Morse code or so. Like these are just mediums of communication. There is no way a medium of communication can define philosophy. It's like it doesn't. Unless it doesn't matter. I can't even wrap my head around that a medium of communication can describe philosophy. Like if now Socrates had the technology of recording, like what we are doing, recording his speech. With that now he saves and everybody just listens to the recordings as he speaks. Now it
But he
stops
did
being
not
a
want
philosophy.
that. He did not
It
want
stops
that.
being
Just like,
but
wait,
they,
wait, wait. He did
no.
not want that. He said, just like with Jesus, he said, my message is not for all of you, it's for the Gentile, whatever, whatever, the people he wanted. There's sometimes when you want your message to be just for some people and not for everyone. So, but some people say, no, it's for everyone. Let's take it around the world. And so, people might disagree about what the extent of your message is supposed to be. But what I'm saying is this: the philosophers are not people who want to carry the philosophers are people who want to transmit knowledge and make it permanent and make it out there. There is a difference between the transmission of knowledge. So that's why when you said we didn't have a need to write, it's the same way I was saying we don't need a reason to philosophize. Those things are related. Once we have writing, then we start with philosophy, and the same thing, all around, because you cannot just the way you transmit knowledge in direct form is like the aspect of tradition, where knowledge comes and goes, and some of it stays, but it stays within the person. Whereas with writing of all forms, knowledge becomes stratified. It becomes, enveloped in this unchanging system. So anyway, there's a great deal of a difference. Just know that philosophy only starts once writing is developed, and the transmission of knowledge, the process of transmission is just as important as the knowledge itself.
Yeah, okay. I agree that. Okay, I don't even. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't agree. I don't agree that just writing is the beginning of philosophy. To me, I still believe philosophy begins at the brain, because then what do you know what to write? How like it cannot start with the writing. It has to. You have to know what you're writing, right? You have to put a great deal of thought into what you are going to write. You just, unless now we are going to just
Not
believing
just
that.
what you're going to write, but who you're writing to. The other aspect of philosophy is the subject that you're writing to. See, when you're transmitting, when the interaction between Socrates and the youth of Athens is very different from the interaction of Plato writing it down for the world to read later. When Socrates is talking to the people, that's a direct experience. He's actually talking, and it's a back and forth. So the audience is different. When somebody is writing to philosophize, they're not writing with somebody in mind. They're writing for a general universal audience. So that's another large aspect of that. So not just the process, but the object to whom you're transmitting that knowledge to. So it's layers of this. It's philosophy. Writing and philosophy are more entwined than you would think, and that's one of the reasons why we didn't really get into it. Because for us, the most important aspect of transmitting knowledge was not, making it into a dogmatic thing where you could not deviate from it. It was actually keeping it into the hands and the minds of the people who were most, in touch with it. So you could change it as the need arose. You could change it contextually. If in this case, haraka haraka haina baraka, and in the other case, he who doesn't, I can't remember the other saying, but in the opposite way, a different proverb was probably better, then you employ those, but it was always contextual. It was not simply some arbitrary, abstract, future-leaning look with an unidentified reader. It was somebody who was right in front of you, and it had a direct relationship. So that's what I'm saying. We didn't need it then, but now obviously we're going to need it, because in the future we're not going to have direct access to everybody around the globe. We're going to have to preserve that knowledge and have a way to philosophize and to digitize, our knowledge and information. We didn't need it before, but we need it now. We didn't philosophize before, but we need to now. We didn't write before, we didn't need to, but we're writing now. So anyway, that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to get off. You can continue, but it's been great. I might just listen in the background, but yeah, I do have to go. Yeah, see
It's
that.
okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you for your great contribution. Even you have Bwana Haguzuki has really praised your
Oh, it
contribution.
wasn't even in the comments because I was only, on my phone and stuff. So yeah. So sorry if I was not in it. I'll go to, what's up. But yeah, asante sana, and tutaongea baadaye. So thank you, and we'll talk another time.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you for showing up and dropping your knowledge here, Tanzan. So,
Yeah, definitely.
I know if you feel like I'm addressing it, see, it's going to be, if you're in the background, maybe you'll be itched to come back, but I have to like reply, right? So,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. I wish I could stay longer, but time, yeah, it
yeah,
does not wait. Yes.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
I
Well, it's been
understand.
great. It's been great. Yeah. Another time. So the rest of this is all you.
Okay, okay.
So Amani and Koheri.
Yeah, okay, okay. We set up. This must be another stream of debating African philosophy, but yeah.
All right.
So okay.
Cool.
So
Cool, cool.
okay. Let me continue. So
All right.
personally, I will believe that African philosophy. I understand Tanzan's view, and yeah, there is one view of philosophy, but I feel like the wider accepted view, if you just Google philosophy, is that an explanation of the behavior of a people, right? The explanation of the behavior, or the explanation behind, or the the guiding principles behind a behavior of somebody, not even a people, just somebody, you know. So I feel like then that denies the aspect of having a personal philosophy, or having the aspect of, like, what about people who have personal philosophies? Like, and I don't think this philosophy of Socrates, if you read his world, is his works, or any other Western philosophy. Maybe there are those, I haven't read all of them, but the few that I've read, that if you read their works, they're not even talking about, they are talking from personal experience, right? They're talking about things that they can't be talking, they're not talking about things that they have not experienced themselves, and the things, and it usually comes from their experience and what they have deducted from their experience, and they put it down as a philosophy, like, oh, by the way, when I did this and did this, I learned this and this, and because of this, this is the best way to do it, or this is the best way to look at things, or all of this. And of course there's thinking, like, there is the aspect of thinking. I agree. I personally agree. There's the aspect of thinking, but you cannot think and try. Like, thinking is in the brain. Thinking is not on in paper. The paper does not think for you, right? Thinking is in the brain. And if there was another medium, as they are right now, and I guarantee you, look at the Andrew Tates of this world, the Andrew Tates, the Jordan Petersons. Give it a couple of decades, if not centuries. You're going, those people, our great, we'll be talking about the unrooted philosophy, the Jordan Peterson philosophy, and because of the, and they are going to say, oh, it's just a different medium of expressing what you have thought. And I think to say that Africans are not capable of thought, because in the end of the day, philosophy is, people require guiding principles in anything, and me, I will prefer African guiding principles to my behavior than Western. Although sometimes I see some good ideas or some good guiding principles from Western philosophy. Personally, I would prefer African guiding principles. So yeah, by Tanzania, we're going to have another discussion deeper to this. But to me, I don't think the paper is just a medium of communication of what is already in your mind. And yeah, and I think Africans thought about what is good, what is bad, what is moral, and what is immoral. Otherwise, then they will not be having, basically thinking about what is good and what is bad, what is immoral. I think that's even the beginning of philosophy, right? Thinking about what is good and what is bad. You're like, come on. I think Africans did think about that. But yeah, man, I can't argue by myself. Also, so I wish next time, man, we just talk with her, because arguing with yourself is also, I feel like I'm being unfair. So yeah, let's continue with what my brother here, his name is Tebu. Let's see what his philosophy is.
None of us have talked about how the fact that African identity has also been tied to our struggle. We have not had a conversation about privilege. We've not had a conversation about our skin tone.
Let's have it.
And the fact that our skin tone, in all its melanated forms, has been the subject of prejudice, has been the subject of slavery, 400 plus years, both in our Arabia and in the Western Americas or whatever, and that also contributes to what we consider ourselves to be. Basically, I would imagine that when you, in the face of a lot of adversity, in the face of a lot of hardship, there is this desire to hold on to something. There's this element where if a white person is here even for 30 years, there's still an element of privilege attached to their skin tone that will forever tie them to the European continent. You see, there's someone, even if you're talking about Indians or if you're talking about Arabs, there'll always be a level of privilege attached to their skin tone that connects them to their...
So what are you saying, Chacha? That we will always have oppression attached to our identity?
No, but that oppression and those outside forces, the same way that a diamond is formed by outside pressures. Can I get a witness?
Yes.
That has played a role in shaping what we have. So we are very, very sensitive about holding on to it, because so much has been taken from us that we are like, okay, what do we have? All right, we have our skin tone. Okay, we have our sense of rhythm. Okay, we have our kitenges, we have our music, we have our nshima, our ugali, our sadza, a pounded yam,
So we have all these things that we are happy to celebrate and we're happy to adorn. But when other people wear them, adorn them in a way as though they're celebrating it, we call it appropriation or misappropriation. Where is the line?
The line is drawn when other cultures, culture vulture African cultures, and then the people of the continent, the originators of that culture are not benefiting from it in any way. So, for example, if Gucci, for example, decides to take the Masai Kitenge and then do a runway, presentation of it, and then go, oh my God, Africa is so amazing, but no Africans, actually, the Masai people, who are the originators of that form of fabric, are not going to benefit from it. That's some bullshit.
Okay, so
Can I ask Bien a question? Yeah. Like, then how does that actually work in practice? Do you want Gucci Mane to shout out Bien in when he's doing a song, or you know what I mean? Because in the same breath, we have also, our music has been influenced by the West. We've been influenced by R&B. We've been influenced by sounds that are not from here.
Okay, let me come with the microphone, please.
Yes, I was just about to say, we have the largest population of educated Africans that has ever existed. Across the continent, people are woke. We take it upon ourselves to prime our culture.
But are we doing that? Because I've heard it said that Africans will wait until the African Americans create a black hair movement for them to adopt their own natural hair? Are we too late to this party? Do we not have a voice of our own? Can I hear some voices from the back, please? Anyone have an opinion on that?
I feel like we Africans sometimes we wait for maybe someone in the West to do something for it to become a trend. Then now,
To validate us.
yes, now we take it like, okay, now it's ours. Now, it's cool now because now they did it. But before, we don't take pride in it or something like that of the sort. But we just usually wait for maybe someone else to now do it, then we start doing it.
Okay, so I suppose the bigger question I'm asking, to what extent are we responsible for shaping this idea of Africanness?
But wait, on what she said, like we actually wait for the Western guys to come up with something and then we adapt. No, most of the time we start something. Like one of the African identity people will pick up a trend and start doing something, but no one in Africa will actually want to follow what that person is doing. But someone in the Western will actually see how they can marginalize or capitalize from that certain idea, and then they will actually use it and create a trend. Then we will all rush and step in and now follow the trend.
There's some really tough questions being asked here, so I'm going to just return it to these guys. Are we commodifying Africanness, Africanization? Have we commodified it?
I think so. Right now, more than ever, we are commodifying it. Maybe not to the extent of the West, but we're getting to a place where we're starting to learn our strengths. So there's business people, there's young girls who are doing amazing things for the hair product industry, and Africans are taking their space.
So this African identity narrative is not a trend.
It's not a trend, and I think it's so sad for us to think that we are so blank that we look for the sources of what makes us from outside, and I think we shouldn't mistake visibility in terms of like media coverage, all that, fame, for being the
I don't know what's happening. I think what's happening?
the originators of something. Just because someone famous is making it more famous doesn't mean that it was originators of something. Just because someone famous is
Tanzania, I hope you're here. I hope Tanzania here. This lady is actually this lady is answering you. Beautiful dreadlocked lady, sister here.
doesn't mean that it wasn't being done before. So, for example, if ugali becomes a trend now in some high-end restaurant in New York, right? That doesn't mean that we were not eating ugali. It's just that we don't have high-end restaurants in New York. So we shouldn't confuse visibility.
Exactly. Now this is the thing. It's just because some philosopher or some it becomes popular in the West or starts writing in the West doesn't mean that there was no African philosophy. It's just that means that we didn't have European. It just means that we didn't have European philosophy. Like it just means that African philosophy was not popular in Europe, or African philosophy was not recognized in Europe. That doesn't mean that there was no African philosophy. That's the thing that you need to have to accept, that okay, yeah, just because the European did not acknowledge African philosophy doesn't mean that there was no African. I think that's where we were arguing, that because the European defined philosophy, I don't even think he did. I just think that he observed philosophy, and because from what he observed, he just wrote it down. But when Africans, because we didn't have paper, we passed down our knowledge, or we communicated our knowledge through word of mouth. Does not mean that okay, now we did not have philosophy. It's just just because the Mzungu wrote it down and communicated it through paper does not mean that because the African communicated it through word of mouth. It's just different means of communication, but we still explained our own behavior, or the guiding principles to our behavior. We still had explanations. We know that's something that I will always fight for, that we always had explanations for the guiding principles of our behavior. So yeah, I'm going to have to replay this sister here. And I hope I'm itching Tanzan to come back, or anybody else who feels like You want to talk about, you disagree with me, or you want to talk about African philosophy? Come up, no problem.
Sad for us to think that we are so blank that we look for the sources of what makes us us from outside, and I think we shouldn't mistake visibility in terms of like media coverage, all that, fame, for being the originators of something. Just because someone famous is making it more famous doesn't mean that it wasn't being done before. So for example, if ugali becomes a trend now in some high-end restaurant in New York, right? That doesn't mean that we were not eating ugali. It's just that we don't have high-end restaurants in New York. So we shouldn't confuse visibility for nothing happening. Just because for trendsetting, just because you didn't witnessing it being done doesn't mean it was not being done, or doesn't mean that that famous person who did it was the first to do it.
Okay, Tatu is just
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. She just said it. Like, doesn't mean that famous person who did it was the first to do it. Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This man. Man, Tanzania, come back.
bouncing on his feet, itching.
Okay. Look, so you guys heard recently that Hakuna Matata was trademarked, eh?
Yes.
The Kiondo has been? Hakuna Matata
Just
from Lion
for
King.
global viewers, for your benefit, Hakuna Matata being the Kiswahili phrase from Lion King, which means no worries in Africa.
Yeah, which is very revealing, and it shows that where we need to step up legally as Africans is we kind of need to be able to get a heavier presence in terms of trademarking, in terms of copywriting, in terms of seeing what we have and the little things that we have as potential exports or whatever. And the only reason I say that is because someone else is going to do it. So everyone got mad. Okay, Lion King, blah blah, Hakuna Matata, blah blah. How come we didn't do it first? I'm of the opinion that to a certain degree, colonizers in the spirit of colonization is the idea that everything is up to conquer and to take over and all this kind of stuff. And I would say that to a certain degree, the African identity, maybe to a lesser degree, doesn't have as much of that. But that's the nature of the world right now, which means how do we fight that battle? I think by increasing our footprint legally in terms of copyright, in terms of trademark, in terms of, because think about even music, man. How many Africans have their stuff getting royalties from just the music, mechanical royalties, streaming royalties, blah, 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 blah. There's a problem.
Okay, so back to you, because it's introduced words like legal framework. Do we actually have structures that support these things that we're talking about, the things that upgrade our identity, quote unquote?
Upgrade our identity.
Okay, I think I've also moved ahead a little bit, but to continue what this guy was saying, that for sure, in what is, okay, let me go. The next section you're talking about is what is an African language. Let me not go too far ahead of myself. What is an African language? Let me see if I can change that banner over there. What is an African language? For those who feel like they can define it, but what is an African language? There we are. What is an African language? What's in? Oh my God, I'm messing up here. Shit. What's in an African language? There. So yeah, I was talking about what's happening in. First of all, I really enjoyed this conversation. I wish I'd played it even when Tanzania was here. I think I was. It would have been a very interesting addition to the argument. But yeah, our sisters here, our beautiful melanated sisters with the dreadlocks, as my brother I Can Fire would like them, came up with a very good argument of like, just because it was the West, it was in the West, doesn't mean that they're the first people to do it, So yeah, when it comes to African thinking, I think we should also appreciate that our ancestors were great thinkers too. and they left down a lot of beautiful proverbs. That was their way of passing down knowledge. Now, if philosophy is passing down knowledge through paper, then yeah, we did not do that. But if philosophy is thinking, we did a lot of that. That's that's something I have to accept. But let's continue with what is an African language. How far does this? I think we can continue.
Make it more visible.
I think so. It's just a matter of exploiting what is already there, because we have copyright laws, we have intellectual property laws, we have all these frameworks here. It's just a matter of how committed are we as Kenyans in different spheres and different professions to actually protect this African identity. It's just a matter of actually taking the steps towards it.
Okay, I just had a follow-up question on visibility, because it's one thing to be seen, but also who is representing you on that platform. How important is it that you have African faces, or it doesn't matter? If the world gets to know about cornrows from Kim Kardashian, then they know about African hairstyles. How important is
it totally matters.
Yeah.
It matters. It matters very much. So what Tetu says about Africans having a more kind of like legal and copyright presence or strategy is good. But I also think that the people who are stealing should stop stealing. Right? So if you have a house which has valuable things in it and someone comes and breaks in and takes your stuff, right? Who did the wrong thing? Was it wrong for you to have things in your house, or was it the thief who shouldn't have come to steal, right? So I think we should also have that conversation that the reason why Africans don't copyright everything is because it doesn't occur to us that these things are stealable. I mean, the people who are stealing are the ones who have a warped mentality.
Okay, so hold on. Before we get into the spiral of copyright law, because that's not what we're here for, I just want to understand. So we're saying that in our mindset is more advanced than our actions. We are more woke in our minds than we are with our actions. So we demand better leadership online, but we're not doing anything to make the spaces better, correct? So are we... No, not really? No?
We don't demand better leadership, but we're not doing anything.
Okay.
We are doing things. African youth are working hard. African artists are writing songs about poor leadership. African artists are doing paintings all over this place about all of those bad things that are happening. So I think we are doing stuff. It's just it takes time.
It takes time.
Yeah, these things are going to take time.
Do Africans actually know each other? We're talking about a collective identity, but how much, I wonder, do you know about what's happening in Mali or Djibouti? Can you tell me anything about their president? Anything about Malawi?
Okay, before we go there, yeah, we're talking about what's in an African language. So we're going to have to stop that part before we move on. I think language is a big aspect to our identity. And last time we were in Tanzania, we talked about yesterday. When we talk about last time, we're talking about yesterday. Let's see. Here he is. Sorry, guys, my machine is a little bit slow, but we're going. We are moving. We are not deterred. Okay. So yeah, what's in an African language? People were criticizing Swahili. When guys were criticizing Kiswahili. Kiswahili was being criticized left, right, and center. That, oh my God, it has some influence from where and here. Okay. I don't know if it's happening or it's not happening. What's happening? Yo, my laptop is being crazy. Can you guys see? Yeah, I think you can see.
In the 7th century, Africa attracted outsiders because of its wealth, beauty, and trade. In this episode, we look at how an African culture known as the Swahili civilization arose along the continent's Indian Ocean coast with the arrival of the Arabs. And we also see how the Arabs began an international trade in enslaved Africans, centuries before the transatlantic slave trade. The local population on the east coast of Africa along the Indian Ocean originally consisted of groups closely related to the San of southern Africa and the Bantus of western and central areas. This coastline stretches for more than 3,000 kilometers, so historically it was a gateway. The east coast of Africa is accessible from the interior of the continent and from the exterior across the Indian Ocean. This helped foster links with both India and the Arab world. The Indians were interested in African ivory, but it was the Arabs who dominated trade on the East African coast. Along with Arabs and Indians, archaeological evidence also shows to a lesser extent that Persians settled along Africa's Indian Ocean coast, and there was certainly trade with distant China. The Arabs also went to Africa via the Red Sea and across the Mediterranean into North Africa and west through the Sahara Desert. But in this program, we focus on their arrival in the coastal settlements of the Indian Ocean, in modern-day Mozambique, Kenya, and Tanzania. The Arabs who came here were mostly from Oman in the Gulf and the Arabian Peninsula. Between the 9th and 14th centuries, 8 major Swahili trade ports became established: Mogadishu, Lamu, Malindi, Mombasa, Zanzibar, Kilwa, the island of Mozambique, and Sofala. They were like stepping stones along the Indian Ocean. Arabs settled in these coastal areas, which became vibrant and rich. And at different times throughout the centuries, one of these trading centers would dominate over the others. Maurizio Regulo teaches history on the island of Mozambique and says Africans mixed immediately with the Arabs.
Alguns iam criando aquelas questões chamamos por concubinagem, né? Árabe vinha para aqui com o seu negócio, chegava aqui, conhecia uma mulher e quando vinha na próxima vez, eles sabiam onde hospedar-se.
I set off to find out more about this culture. First to Lamu Island in Kenya, close to the border with Somalia. I'm lucky enough to sit in the cockpit with the pilots on the journey from Nairobi, a friendly pair. Sadly, they could not fix the weather. Too much cloud and rain meant Lamu was not visible from the air, despite the best efforts of the somewhat manic windscreen wipers on the plane. Well done, Nick. For one of them, it was just too much. The fusion of African with Arab, some Indian, and later European influences is what we describe as the Swahili culture. Swahili civilization is very evident in Lamu, which is Kenya's oldest continually inhabited town and is believed to have been established in the mid-14th century. Once the rain stopped, I meet Muhammad Mwenje, an architect specializing in historic buildings. How would you define Swahili culture?
Let's say from the medieval, a lot of European influence can be seen in Swahili culture. So I'd say Swahili has really borrowed from across the globe with different nations that it traded with. So the influence just goes beyond the Indian and Arabian Peninsula. You have the European influence, even in the language. A lot of Swahili words actually borrowed from the Portuguese. A lot of Swahili technology is brought from the Chinese during the later periods. So it's actually a global influence that enriches the Swahili culture. At the center of the Swahili culture is, of course, the African heritage, and which has been enriched by influences from all over the world during certain phases. We can be able to see this from the period pre-Stone Town Swahili settlements, where the structure were basically African mud and wattle structure using palm leaf fronds for the roofing, and many other aspects. The Swahili pottery of that time, it's very, very much African. The Swahili language itself, a very big percentage of it, is actually related to the Bantu tribes of Africa. So it's pretty much an African culture with a lot of external influences.
I ask Mohammed to expand a bit more on the old part of Lamu.
The old town of Lamu, the historic part, is about 16 hectares. It sits along a coastline. Most of the buildings actually from the 17th century. And Lamu actually starts off as two settlements, two independent settlements, one in the north, one in the south, which are dated around the 13th century. And eventually, sometime probably during the 14th century, they start off the town as it sits today.
It's one of several Swahili coastal settlements along the east coast of Africa. How would you describe their uniformity? Is there something which is the same about all of them, or are they very different?
What is common, or you might find in many of the Swahili settlements, is the urban structure. You have towns like Lamu with a linear structure. They are aligned along the coastline. And then you have some with a nuclear structure, where you have a mosque, probably a Friday mosque in the middle, and the settlement is built around it. That's a very common feature of the Swahili settlements. You can actually tell from the building technology of that time that they are probably sharing ideas. You find the deco in the North Swahili settlements very similar to what you find in Kilwa. The spacing of the different rooms in the house, the orientation, of course, based on the Muslim North.
What about the doors? That seems to be something that's, the beautifully carved wooden doors is something you see in all these settlements.
The knowledge or the technology transfer was quite frequent among the settlements, each town adapting different decorative elements from the other one. So, for example, this is a Omani style door. This is done in Lamu, and it's been adapted specifically for Lamu. But you can see the inspiration, the floral inspiration from the Omani style.
Also in Kenya, just over 100 kilometers north of Mombasa, is Malindi. Settled since the 12th century, it gained a reputation as a major port city. The prosperity of this part of East Africa can also be seen in a small town near Malindi called Gedi. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and dates probably to the 1200s. Gedi was built entirely from rocks and stones. It was encircled by a guest lecturer on Swahili civilization at several universities across Kenya, and also in Europe and the United States. She invites me for tea at a local restaurant in Mombasa in Kenya. She speaks in Swahili, which borrows a large number of words from Arabic.
Waarabu walipokuja walikuja katika gerigeri ya pwani na waliona watu katika pwani Waswahili wenyewe.
Okay, let me pause. This lady is wise. This is where she talks about the Swahili language specifically. Let me see if I can take out the. Okay, Hope you can
in
see the
Europe and
subtitle.
the United States. She invites me for tea at a local restaurant in Mombasa in Kenya. She speaks in Swahili, which borrows a large number of words from Arabic.
Waarabu walipokuja walikuja katika gerigeri ya pwani na waliona watu katika pwani, Waswahili wenyewe, wakauliza nyinyi ni kina nani? Wao wakasema sisi ni watu wa Swahili. Watu wa Swahili.
Okay, so the word Swahili, actually, I learned this from watching this video, and I feel it's a very, for those who like, this is a series by Zaina Badawi. She's the journalist. I think she's Sudanese of origin. I think her origin is Sudanese. But she has been doing a journey towards Africa, talking about the history of Africa. And this episode really caught me, really, because especially for those who are interested in Swahili as a language, you should really watch this. So what she talks about here is the Arabs had, we are the Swahili people. So the word Swahili comes from what she said, Ziwa Hili. So Ziwa Hili means, Ziwa means coast. Then Hili means this coast. So when the Arabs, what she's describing is that when the Arabs came to East Africa, and asked, who are you people? The Bantus that they found say that we are the people of this coast. Basically, that's what they're trying to say.
Wale Waarabu wakachukua kuwa they are Swahili. Na vile vile Waarabu wakawa wametaka wanawake kuwaoa, wakawaoa wanawake wa Kiswahili. Wanawake wa Kiswahili wakazaa nao, na kila kitu ambacho wanafanya Kiswahili wenyewe wanajua. Watu wengi wa upande wa bara walikuja kwa Swahili. Na zamani ulikuwa ukiwa wewe ni Mswahili na unataka kuwa Mswahili, ni lazima uache mila, desturi yako.
Now, Mila, this is the second time, if you watch this stream from the beginning, this is the second time the word Mila and Desturi is used, if you know Swahili. Mila and Desturi means your culture and norms. So she's saying when the Arabs arrived at the shores, no, not this part. So what happens is that there was a lot of intermarriage between the Bantus and the Arab men. So the Arab men who arrived at the shores, because the intermarriage between the Bantus and the Arab men developed people called the Swahili people. Although, so in Kenya, I don't think even, these are just, okay, the people who define themselves as Swahili people, I feel like they're not really, it's a very disingenuous name to me. Personally, I don't think it's a genuine name. I feel like Swahili people are just Arabs who call themselves Swahili people to make themselves, to Africanize themselves. But the real people are the Mijikenda people. Those are the Bantus who spoke this language, and the Arabs who intermarried, the Arab men who intermarried with the Bantus in the coast of Africa. Now they had to they felt the pressure to adopt an African identity, and so now they began calling themselves Swahili people. But the original Swahili people are the Bantus. So you will find this confusion where people call themselves Swahili people. These are just Arabs who don't want to call themselves Arabs. They want to Africanize themselves, and if you can, and it's not really bad because even their skin is melanated because of the centuries of being mixed in African. They are basically Arab, but their origin is Arab. But the origin of Swahili as a language, Ziwahili, is a Bantu word. Ziwahili means this coast. It's a Bantu It's Bantu for this coast. That's what comes from Swahili. Ziwa Hili. Ziwa means coast, Hili means this. So this coast. So this is what she's talking about. So the Swahili people are Bantus. That's basically the point I'm trying to say.
They are Swahili. Na vile vile Waarabu wakawa wametaka wanawake kuwaoa, wakawaoa wanawake wa Kiswahili. Wanawake wa Kiswahili wakazaa nao, na kila kitu ambacho wanafanya Kiswahili wenyewe wanajua. Watu wengi wa upande wa bara walikuja kwa Uswahili, na zamani ulikuwa ukiwa wewe ni Mswahili na unataka kuwa Mswahili, ni lazima uache mila, desturi yako, uingie katika Uswahili.
So yeah, she's talking about if you wanted to join the Swahili clan or Swahili, to marry into Swahili, you had to leave your culture and norms and become fully Swahili. So yeah, so if you find that a lot of, I've seen this happening, genetics of Swahili people, if they've been taking this 23andMe tests and all the genetic tests, you will find that they are very mixed, because a lot of people came and who joined Swahili culture left their norms and became so you'll find they are very diverse people when it comes to genetically. If you talk about genetics, these are very diverse people. But if you talk about culture is also, there's a lot of diversity in their culture. Their food is delicious, probably one of the most delicious food in Africa. But I'll keep it as Kenya because of let me not provoke too much fight. But yeah, that's the
Swahili walikuwa wakibai, wakiannounce, wakibai kuwa huyu sasa amekuwa Mswahili, na kila kitu ambacho tunafanya sisi ni lazima yeye afahamishwe. Na marriage ambao ni harusi, ni lazima afanye harusi za Kiswahili na kualika community wote kwa sisi tuko pamoja. It's too much. This is too much. No, it's good. I didn't know that it would be too much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh, where are you going with my tea? She'll bring you more tea.
As well as cultural and linguistic influences, there was, of course, religion, Islam. Muhammad
look at that Swahili food. Look at that beautiful Swahili. I told you, one of the best foods in in Africa is Swahili food. Well, very beautiful,
family
delicious.
Are from Lama,
food is delicious but beautiful.
And live in the old town. At the time of filming, it's Ramadan and they invite me to break the fast with them. Luckily for me, Muhammad can speak good Arabic.
انت اين تعلمت العربيه؟
لا انا ما عشت السودان
في شمال السودان.
Yeah, she's from northern Sudan, so she can speak Arabic. Northern Sudanese are very, I think that's one of the national languages of northern Sudan is Arabic. So yeah, but I don't really want to talk about the Arabic stuff, but let's see if you can continue.
The Arabs first came to the island of Mozambique around the 10th century. In fact, some local sources suggest Mozambique is derived from the name of an Arab trader called Musa Bek.
Let's address the slavery part.
This is the site of the infamous slave market of Zanzibar. At the height of the Arab slave trade in the 19th century, thousands of Africans were sold from here into a life of servitude on the plantations in Zanzibar or were sent back to Oman. As slaves, they were held at various points en route to Zanzibar. About 175 kilometers north of Zanzibar is the fishing village of Shimoni in modern-day Kenya. dhows to ship them to the main slave market in Zanzibar, seen here in a sketch by a British illustrator in 1860.
Geralmente as condições não eram das melhores. Primeiro,
No, slavery is a huge stain, by the way, in Swahili history. By the way, they were not. I don't know. They were famous like Tipu Tipu. Everybody knows he was a Swahili, but you see, I think this is where people don't like Swahili people. I think even in I don't think they are disliked, but I think this is where people feel negatively sometimes. Even in the country, some people may feel negatively because of this history, especially during independence. They were good. They did not, even now in Kenya, they are not favored as people might think. They don't get that out of favor. In fact, they suffer, especially during the first governments where they were literally accused of being slave traders. But I met a lot of Swahilis, and I don't think this is what their mentality is. I feel like this is, it's just one of those things that are negative in all of Africa, man. This slave trade is just a blight on just African history as a fact, just African history as a whole. Like, I don't think it's just Swahili people, but this thing, they even claim. I feel like even they have problems grappling with it, especially the modern Swahili, because I've talked to them, and they like, oh, that was false, or they can't even believe that happened, because a lot of those slaves, even people don't want to say this, but a lot of those slaves were actually even Swahili people, so it's not just slave trade was just a complex issue, but let's just see what this guy wanted to say.
e tratava-se de um indivíduo que podia fugir a qualquer hora e momento. Eles eram fortes, homens fortes. Então, eram capturados, eram acorrentados, não é? Às vezes nos braços, ou no pescoço, toda a família em fila, e depois à espera do patrão comprador. E quando ele chegasse, depois de comprar, eles eram postos dentro do navio. Agora, havia um processo de seleção. Aquele que não servia é aquele que servia. Por exemplo, quem adoecia pelo caminho podia ser lançado ao mar.
By the late 17th century, the Omani Arabs had become the dominant force on Africa's east coast along the Indian Ocean. They now governed most of the region through Swahili rulers. But the Omani Arabs did not enjoy uncontested power along the east coast of Africa. As well as local resistance, there was a rival power that had arrived sometime earlier in the region. The prosperity of the port cities of Africa's east coast had made them the object of European attention. The Portuguese were the first Europeans to arrive in Africa at the end of the 15th century, like the explorer Vasco da Gama. The island of Mozambique was one of the first places he went to. Today, there's a statue to Vasco da Gama on the island and a model of the kind of boat he would have used to come ashore. This is a replica of the boat which Vasco da Gama used in settlements. But their control was almost immediately contested by local African communities, Omani Arabs, and Ottoman Turks. In the late 15th, early 16th centuries, the Portuguese voyager Duarte Barbosa wrote of Mombasa,
"Mombasa is a place of great traffic and has a good harbor in which there are always moored crafts of also great ships, both of which are bound from Sofala, and others which come from Cambay and Malindi, and others which sail to the island of Zanzibar."
In the late 1500s, the Portuguese initiated construction of Fort Jesus, which served as the center of their operations in East Africa for for a century.
Fort Jesus is one of the oldest European buildings in Africa. Its construction began about 1593 and still standing because it's pretty solid. At their widest, the walls are about 2.5 meters thick and it stands about 15 meters tall. And it overlooks the old harbour of Mombasa as it always has done. And after Fort Jesus, the Portuguese built more forts on Africa's east coast as they made steady gains along the coastline.
On a very windy day, I meet Fatima Tiag, the curator at Fort Jesus.
It was built by an Italian architect, and it has been built using the local material, which is coral with mud mortar and lime plaster. The architecture is unique, it's strong, and it has stood the test of time. It has been in existence for over 400 years. According to historians, the Portuguese recruited the local people, and they were supposed to have been paid in food rations. But we would assume that the local people may not have been too happy about that. Comfortably could say there was possibly an element of more.
Just say it, my sister. My sister just needs to say the truth here. She's talking about slavery. Nobody like, oh, labor paid in food portion. What do you mean? What do you mean labor paid in food portions? That's and I see this happening in Kenya and Tanzania. I don't know if Tanzania do it though, because I feel like they are more open and acknowledge the slavery that was happening in their coast. Kenya is way more guarded. Like no. Slavery, they don't even want that to be a thing. They don't even want that to be associated with Kenya. I don't know why. Okay, I do have an idea. I don't know. I don't think people like it. I think the mental disturbance that this thing happened in our coast, people are really trying to fight it. They don't want that type of mental disturbance. So you can see here, look at this fancy language they're using here. We could comfortably say that they were forcing people. And this is a Swahili lady, by the one who's talking, and this is, like I said, it's very hard. I've talked to Swahilis in Mombasa all the time. They do. This is not something they like to talk about. Slavery. It's not something that they can accept. They can even confront, or they just say it did happen. They will all be they'll be full of this mental gymnastics and all these fancy explanations, instead of just hitting the nail in the head, like, this was slavery. That slavery was happening in the Kenyan coast, but it is what it is. Maybe it's a trauma. Maybe we'll come one day as Kenyans and confront our own trauma as when it comes to slave trade. But it is what it is. So let's continue.
Convincing kind of labor.
Fort Jesus was captured by the Omani Arabs in the first half of the 18th century, and Mombasa became part of the Sultanate of Oman. For the next 100 years, the Arabs were dominant here. In 1804, a new Omani Sultan, Sayyid Said, came to power. In 1840, he moved his capital to Zanzibar and expanded his reach across Africa's east coast. He established the clove plantations for which Zanzibar is still famous. Most markets on the island are full of spices like cloves. Sultan Said built a palace.
One of the most beautiful things about living in Mombasa, I've lived in Mombasa a long time, is the spices and the exotic spices and exotic foods you find, which is part of the history of Mombasa and history of Africa, by the way. But you find all these exotic things and you always wonder, where did these things come from? Like, they are all these crazy types of fruits, crazy types of sweets, and that is like, just look, they look strange and all that. And it's like, and so interesting, even the spices. And this is part of our history, the trade that happened between East Africa and to To answer you, Marie Antoinette, yeah, Swahili culture is actually stretches from the coast of Somali to the coast of Mozambique. I think even Madagascar a little bit, but yeah, it stretches across the whole a huge swath of East Africa. Like it's the lady here just said it's 3,000 kilometers. So it is that's why it's popular and one of the most spoken languages in Africa, because it's been the language of trade for a lot of the coastal countries in East Africa. So yeah, that's the reason.
For himself, known as the House of Wonders. It was the first building in Africa to have an electric lift. And if you wander around it, you still get an idea of the opulent style in which the Sultan and his family lived. Under Sultan Said, the slave trade out of East Africa greatly increased. Many thousands of captives died on the long walk from the interior to the coast. One of the best known of the Swahili slave traders who served the Sultan was Tipu Tip. He was born in Zanzibar, but established himself in Central Africa in what became the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
And here is something that I also want to talk about. When it comes to people who feel like Africa was in the dark, I've had this conversation that people feel like maybe just yesterday with my brother Oni of the pro-black perspective, that perception that the people in the interior of Africa had no idea that there is a coast or there is a sea or there is a trade. It's not true. There were established trade routes. There were established trade routes within the continent of Africa that go as deep as the Congo. Like that was a fact. That's why people as deep as Uganda, the Congo had cowrie shells and all that. It was there were established trade routes. So let's not say that they were aware of what Africans were well aware of that there was a world outside Africa. They were well aware that there was a coast and there was trade and there are people of all sorts of ethnicities coming. This perception is not. We need to deal with this perception. It's not true. So here, let's go to the Congo and see what the Congo's experience of Swahili people are.
His activities in the Congo are notorious and well recorded, as Professor Nziem from Kinshasa University in the Congo sets out.
Bon, il ne faut vraiment pas qu'il y ait de la confusion là-dessus. Le phénomène dit typotype, n'est-ce pas, il s'appelait Ahmed Ben Mohamed El Mojebi. Typotype, c'était un surnom. C'était son surnom. Bon, là, c'est la situation de Zanzibar. Zanzibar, au début du 19e siècle, le sultan d'Oman, qui s'est installé là-bas, fait des plantations de girofléliers. Et il a besoin de la main-d'œuvre. Et puis donc, il faut de la main-d'œuvre. On va commencer à chercher de la main-d'œuvre de proche en proche à l'intérieur du pays. Et puis, on va découvrir que l'ivoire se vend bien en Inde et que Zanzibar devient même un grand marché d'ivoire. Alors, à ce moment-là, et à ce moment-là seulement, maintenant, il va y avoir ce phénomène. C'est-à-dire que les commerçants se trouvant à Zanzibar vont avoir eux aussi leurs intermédiaires métis africains. Et c'est le cas des Arabo-Swahili. Et Typotype est le plus grand parce qu'il parviendra à aller au-delà du Tanganyika, que dis-je, au-delà de l'Omami, de la rivière Lomami, pour chercher des esclaves, et spécialement des porteurs de l'ivoire pour les amener là.
Also, for those who are wondering why Congo people can speak Swahili, this is why. Now you know why Congolese people, there is a fraction of Congolese people that speak Swahili. I think it's in Eastern Congo. There are Congolese guys who speak Swahili very well, by the way. And this is why. This is why Swahili is spoken throughout East Africa, because of these trade routes and the unfortunate slave labor that Kenyans don't like to talk about, but it is what it is. The unfortunate labor slave trade also through. So yeah, it's all these routes. It's just these trade routes and all that. Because of that, it not only did it spread commerce, it also spread the language of Swahili. So yeah, Swahili was spreading throughout Africa even before these European languages. Swahili was spreading. So that's a good. In fact, yeah, even in Western Kenya, the Wanga people, a lot of people Wanga, they are Muslims and they speak the way they speak Swahili. It's not like they are from the coast. I have always been strange that guy has a Muslim name, but you're in Western Kenya. How did you get the Muslim name and all that? And I realized, oh yeah, it's just part of our history that we're not really taught. I don't know why we're not taught these things in school. I don't know what's the agenda, or it's just just maybe the normal, ordinary incompetence of the average African government. But we continue.
The Indian Ocean slave trade is a tragic part of Africa's history. The memory of it is alive and embedded in African culture and consciousness. The head of UNESCO in Mozambique at the time of filming says there are mixed feelings about the arrival of the Arabs.
The ambivalence is definitely the issue of bringing in religions as Islam as a peaceful religion, but at the same time, the issue of selling a human being definitely for individual, I would say, benefit or profits. So this is really a major ambivalence that is still there. And today is more perceived, and although it's not highlighted as such, but this is an area where we need to dig in terms of research to better understand the role of those Arabs.
On the beach on the island of Mozambique, Fatima and her friends at the Asante dance group demonstrate this collective memory through some of their dances. That ambivalence which Dr. Musa mentions is evident. Whilst happy to be Muslim, there is clearly resentment at the enslavement of their ancestors by Arabs and their partners. This dance depicts how an Arab slave trader might have wanted to punish people by whipping them with ropes. Here, one of the dancers is wearing an Arab hat representing a slave master. And in this dance, one of the women faints because her soul has been taken by an Arab who wants to assume her place in the dance. That is a metaphor for displacement. The Indian Ocean slave trade began to recede from the 1800s with the emergence of Imperial Britain as a power on the east coast of Africa. By the late 19th century, the region was mostly under British control, though the Portuguese managed to retain their hold on what became Mozambique. The era of the Europeans was by now firmly established. The arrival of the Arabs on Africa's east coast represents a significant chapter in the continent's history. It marked the first time that Africans were captured and sold in an extensive slave trade. But that is not all. It also redrew the identity of the east coast of Africa, with Arab and Muslim heritage becoming inextricably linked with that of indigenous Africans, creating a rich culture.
When
This is
it
the most
comes
important
to
part.
considering the Swahili civilization in East Africa along the coast of the Indian Ocean, the General History of Africa says it would be wrong to see this as a result of outside influences, because Africans made an immense contribution to these cultures. Otherwise, you're buying into the notion that there are those who make history and those who remain outside of it, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part. If you got that part, this is the part that I actually wanted to show. but I felt that the whole documentary was educative, so maybe just displayed it a little bit so that people can see. But the last part, she said that to claim, to claim foreign influence is to claim that there are those who make history and there are those who are outside it. Like, I had this talk. We were no, this was we were actually we agreed with the. This is just a continuation, but I'm going to be referring a lot to what we talked about yesterday with Tanzania. But to claim that foreign history is what is just a continuation of African history. It's like when you say, oh, this is not African because it has foreign influence. It's to say that Africa cannot make history. It's to say, but people don't understand that is. Where did I write this? Oh yeah, that indigenous Africans have made an enormous contribution to Swahili culture and language. People don't really. You need to also respect that indigenous Africans, like Bantu people, have made an enormous contribution to Swahili culture and the Swahili language, if not most of the contribution. So but just that few, maybe 10% or 20% or whatever, that is Arab. It makes it look like Africans cannot create history, and our work is to be a reflex of history or of those who made this, like the Arabs. Our work is just to be in the periphery, and that's not true. So yeah, that's really the wisdom that we have to come out when you're watching this video. As we go on to the next, let me see if I can finish. As we go on, man, I'm sorry, guys. We're continuing. We're not stopping. We're not stopping, bro. I'm determined to finish what I set out to do here. African identity, bro. In the end of the day, we all learn, because I'm also learning. So, pop.
I can barely get a visa to South Africa.
That's a really good point.
You look at the Roman Empire, and one of the biggest things they did was facilitate easy travel between their different regions, right? And here we are, as Kenyans, it's more expensive to fly to like Dar es Salaam than I hear to fly to like Dubs or something like that. Or it's like
Dubs is
sorry,
Dubai.
yeah, Dubai or whatever. We need to understand that these conversations are going to be facilitated by things like transport, infrastructure. If I know that I can hop on a high-speed train and be in Central African Republic in 6 hours, do you know that changes even my perception of them, the conversations that we're having? So I feel like transport is a major, major, major influencer in
But
the conversation.
is there even an initial curiosity from us? Because, if anybody wants to take a holiday in this country, they'll most likely buy one to Dubai and not necessarily in Mozambique. Yeah. Do we have value on our own environments, resources, people?
I would say yes and no. It really depends on the context. One of the things that is an impediment really in terms of Africans uniting is language. Half of Africa are francophone speaking, right? They speak a different language from us, and so you almost imagine that half of the continent you can't communicate with. Right? And then the rest of the continent, what brings us together, what binds us together? And I don't think that there are enough things that bind us together as Africans. So apart from trade, apart from and probably exactly, I think the only thing is music. So how can we actually be able to bridge those gaps between different countries and bring these cultures together? And I think that's why Sauti Sol and other Africans who are making music for the continent are actually doing a really good job in creating sounds and creating movements that bring Africans together.
Okay, but Ben, do you feel that music is already doing this? Are you feeling a bridge now?
Like actually the highest level of trade between African countries is one of art. Music has played the biggest role in uniting this continent, unifying this continent. A lot of people here don't know Nigeria; they know Nigerian music. Nigerian music has been your representation as an African to the whole world for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And so for that reason, even I find that music makes other Africans want to go to other countries where the music comes from. Music has really built an awareness of this movement of young African people who are doing amazing things, and artists and musicians breaking barriers globally has inspired a lot of African youth.
And of course, Bien, as we know, Sauti Sol is always singing in Kiswahili. But I'm curious, how many of us here, going back to the point of language, are able to speak in their mother tongue, by show of hands?
Not me.
And you're the biggest advocate? How is it? How does that work? How does that work? Bien, please come here and tell me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
How
please.
many European people speak Latin?
Yes.
The thing is, language evolves, and language is a forever evolving, thing. I know it's important for us to hold on to our cultures and make sure that we, keep it going generation after generation. But at the same time, I'm not going to crucify an African who doesn't speak a vernacular language because you're born in a you're born in a you want to communicate, and you're born in a place where this is what you've been taught. What you can do is make sure that you do your best to be a good African.
Okay.
It's so interesting because I find that in music particularly, when artists from Africa sing or rap in English and not in their vernacular, they get heat for it. They're considered less African, like why are you only singing in English? So I'm really interested to find out, at least from the artists here today, like how do you then balance that dichotomy between having to almost reaffirm your African identity each time you sing a song and the need to globalize?
Well, Tetushani, why don't you tell us? You're singing in English mostly. You're the people who are getting the heat.
Right. So I'll start by, I think, how do you say her name? Chimamanda.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about the myth of the single African story. I'll tell you a little bit about mine. I left Kenya when I was 6. I lived in Lusaka, Zambia. I lived in Nouakchott, Mauritania. I lived in Dakar, Senegal. Then I went to Vancouver. Then I was in Los Angeles, and I came back. My house, my father is Maasai, my mom is Luo. They always spoke in English to each other. English became my first language. Now, I lived arguably in all the corners of Africa. Does that make me less African because I can't speak English? My Africanness will always project in a different way. So we have different ways that we project Africanness. There's language, there's style of dress, there's many aspects of culture, how you carry yourself.
And your existence.
Yeah, just the way I look, just the way I look, just this glow, right? It's African. So we all have different ways of sort of manifesting the different elements that it takes to really be considered African. Language is just one element.
But also, another thing is the songs on the Billboard charts, the biggest African songs in the world, are not in English, are not in French. They're in like some Malian dialects, like do I? That's the highest grossing song ever. My point is just music is a universal language. Music unites, and it's just music is a vibe. A lot of these things, even like the songs that are really popping, we don't really get what they're saying. But we connect.
Okay, it seems that this conversation is just kind of going back and forth and touching on things that we've already addressed. But now I'm coming back to placing value on these cultural markers. I think you talked about it earlier, but why does it seem that it's only now that we're really careful to listen to African music and to wear African fabric?
To be honest, it probably there's more prominence now, but it's a thing that has been going on for years and decades on end. I personally reflect on my socialization, my upbringing. Like, how did that look like when I went to school? What premium was being placed on the arts? And I feel like the disservice would start essentially when we're younger, right? Because there's a lot of premium placed on sciences, there's a lot of premium placed on all other things except the arts and except culture. And I think that now growing up is when now this generation is taking a bit more, is being a bit more intentional about honoring and valuing our culture and expressing our cultural identity, because there's a point in time where you wouldn't even express your cultural identity and be embraced for it. So this is something that we're being very intentional about, especially within our generation, and I think it will take our generation to change things.
Okay, but I just want to ask you guys that question one more time. Why is African identity so important?
Yeah, Africa has been the site of theft upon theft upon theft. And that sense of loss has been part of our history for centuries, really. And it's in this moment of globalization, late stage capitalism, is when it's becoming more intense, right? And so the reason why we are looking to what makes us different is because that's how for us to become human. Our human has been identified with not African, right? That in the category of human, Black does not exist, African does not exist. In order for you to be human, you have to be white or white adjacent, right? And so we are here expanding the category of human to include Africa.
That hit me right here. Okay, Teto, you've really been giving us some lines. Final thoughts.
Wow. I think African identity is so important, especially because when you consider really a person's lifetime and you look at when identity is most important, we always say it's in the youth, a person's youth, right? And I think especially because we are probably the youngest continent out there, African identity is extremely important. People are branching out, people are trying to dig in root, people are trying to figure out who am I? And the answer to that question, the African answer to that question is extremely important in terms of how we impact the rest of the world. Yeah.
Okay, Bien, finally.
I think for a long time, we've been lost, and we've just come from a history of so many, a very dark history of so many gruesome things that have happened. For a better future for this continent, our identity is what we need to find. It's the most important thing. So that it's taught from kids. It's taught to kids from when they're in school to when you grow up, and you live it and you embrace it from the beginning.
Wow, well, thank you very much, guys. And that's a great place to wrap up this conversation. I suppose we can all agree that it's very complex, and I'm not entirely sure we fully answered that question. But I think one thing we can agree on is that African identity is important because it affirms that we were, and like Christine in the background said, it affirms that we still are. Thank you so much for tuning in. That was so exciting. I'm actually a little exhausted just from all the thinking. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we've reached the end of the stream. Yeah, it's been exhausting to my sister here. I'm gonna lie, even my voice has changed. It's been it's becoming more hoarse. But I've spoken. I think I've accomplished what I needed to, what I had set out to do. I think I've talked about all the talking points that I set out, and we've gone through a journey through a couple of videos, starting with this one. Then we went to Obama. Then we went to Swahili. We talked about the Luo culture. Talked about Kikuyu culture. We talked about slavery in the East Africa. We had a short debate here with our sister Tanzan. Talked about in the name of African philosophy. So to me, it's been a very beautiful journey, and I've learned a lot personally, just by just showing this. And I feel like thank you guys for joining me. It's been a beautiful 4 hours and 4.5 hours. And at least I didn't want for there to just be a part 2 because I didn't finish what I did. Thank you everybody. Thank you Maria Antoinette. Thank you Blissed Out. Thank you Fikra Destra, Tanzan, Bwana Guziki. Yeah, who else? I Can Fire. Thank you for your cameo. Thank you Regmon Music. Who else? Sam showed up for a while. It's been a minute. Who else? Destalema. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been a very educative stream. I've learned, yeah. So I don't think with any further ado, let me give us a final prayer and can call it. We can call it night. Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Yeah, let me start with the prayer. We can call it. It's actually 2:30 a.m. in here. So hopefully you guys are having a beautiful Sunday. I'm jealous of you that your Sunday is beginning, or maybe you're halfway in your Sunday. Jealous of you guys. Some of you we are like me here. You're finishing. We're already in Monday. But yeah. So, Heavenly Father, Spiritual Father, thank you for this congregation. Thank you for all the things that we've learned today. Thank you for this stream. We pray for good health and good living. In your holy name, we pray and believe in. Amen. Oh, it's 7:30 p.m. In where is that though? 7:30 p.m. Where is it? Oh, it's 3:30. I know it's 3:30 in the west coast of America. So 7:30, maybe that's there. Oh, so your Sunday has finished too. Well, it's a very beautiful way to finish your Sunday. Anyway, we've learned educational way, and yeah, so we look forward to the next week's talk. I have yet to decide what it is. I have yet to decide. Oh, the Caribbean. Oh, Caribbean is not that far away, right? Okay, so we're all in the night. So yeah. I think next week I'm yet to decide whether talk about. There are two things I want to talk about, but let me see if I can. LGBTQ in Africa and or police brutality in Africa, or just civil society in Africa, or pastoralism. Yeah, I don't know, I'll just decide one of those, or employment crisis in Africa. Yeah, we'll see. But we'll shuffle and see which one comes to me, or even maybe even just something new. But we'll see as it does, as the Lord wills. You'll see about. But hopefully, maybe it'll probably maybe civil society. I've been postponing this one for a while. Yeah, well, you guys have a beautiful night. Have a beautiful supper. I'm going to have. When I began the stream, I was full. My stomach was full, but now I'm like, I might need something to munch on. Man, I'm not gonna lie. This is I really enjoyed this stream. I kind of really enjoyed this stream. Like the things I just learned and stuff. Was so exciting to me. Oh, well, you guys have a beautiful night. For those of you who had during the day, have a beautiful day. For those, whatever time of the day it is, enjoy it and savor it. And yeah, may you be blessed.